こんにちは。私はイブです。
こんにちは。東京医療センターの本田です。こちらのご家庭ではお父様の介護についてとてもお困りだと伺いました。まずはそのご様子を見てみましょ
う。認知症の介護で家族の多くが直面する暴言や暴力、徘徊などの行動心理症状。家族だからこそ優しくしたい。でもうまくいかず疲弊してしまうことも少なくありません。
もう行けよ
このように介護が難しい時に利用できる知覚や感情、言語など包括的なコミュニケーションによるケア技術。それがユマニチュードです。では、どのようにすればいいのか、具体的に見ていきましょう。ご飯を食べてくれない。多くの方が経験されたことがあるのではないでしょうか。
お父さん、早くご飯食べて。
家事に追われているとき、食事をしてくれないと、つい声が荒くなります。
お父さん、早くご飯食べて。お父さん、みんな食べちゃったよ。もうお父さんだけだよ。ほら、お顔とお父さん。
そして、
食べて。お父さん、どうしちゃったの？
こうした食事をしてくれない状況、一体何が問題だったのか、認知症の人ご本人の立場でもう一度見てみましょ
う。お父さん、早くご飯食べて。
認知機能の低下によって情報の入り口が狭まります。視界の外から話しかけられても自分に話しかけているとは思っていません。誰の声かもわからないのです。目の前にあるものが何かということも、もしかしたら分かっていないかもしれません。
お父さん、みんな食べちゃったよ。もうお父さんだけだよ。ほら、お顔とお父さん。食べて。
そこに突然大声で話しかけられ、怒られたように感じています。その上、急に口の中に何かを入れられ、驚いているのです。
お父さん、どうしちゃったの？
こうした反応の多くは、まさに認知症の方々が驚いている状況なのです。以上を踏まえ、ユマニチュードを使った対応を見てみましょう。
あら、お父さん食べてないよね。お父さん、ご飯食べてね。
食事が認識できていないのは先ほどと同じです。
お父さん、今日は顔色がとってもいいですね。でもあったかい。安心しました。お父さんのためにご飯を作ったんですけど、一緒に食べましょうか。ちょっとどうかしら。グラタン食べますか？あったかいですよ。グラタン、はい、どうぞ。いかが？
うまい。
嬉しい。お父さんに喜んでもらうのが一番嬉しいの、私。
ちゃんと食べてもらえました。では、この状況でのポイントです。
お父さん、ご飯食べてね。
遠くから話しかけても気づいてもらえない場合、正面に回り込んで視界に入る位置からゆっくり近づきます。こうすることで自分に誰かが話しかけていることを認識してもらえます。
お父さん。あ、今日は顔色がとってもいいですね。
話しかけるときはいきなり本題の話をせず、笑顔で柔らかいトーンでゆっくり話しかけます。これは相手とのコミュニケーションを確実に行うための技術です。まずは演じてみてください。
あ、でもあったかい。安心しました。
優しくゆっくりと広い面積で触れることは、相手を大切にしていることを伝えるメッセージです。認知症の人たちは、物の名前や出来事などの記憶は失われやすい一方、感情の記憶は長く残りやすいとされているのです。
お父さんのためにご飯を作ったんですけど、一緒に食べましょうか。グラタン食べますか？あったかいですよ。
食べ物が何かを伝えることも大切です。しっかりと目の前に持っていき、視界に入るようにすると認識してもらえます。
マカロニですよ。はい、どうぞ。どうかしら。
うまい。
おいしい。ああ、よかった。お父さんに喜んでもらうのが一番嬉しいの、私。
こうして一緒に楽しい時間が過ごせたことを伝え、楽しかったといういい感情を残すことが大切です。
家族の介護で一番大事なことは相手を驚かせないということです。特に食事の場合はついつい焦って、食べてもらいたいという気持ちが先走ってしまいます。先ほどのビデオで見ていただいたように、食べるものを目の高さまで上げてしっかりこれが口の中に行くよと認識してもらってから、口に運ぶというように相手を驚かせないことが重要です。
同じことを何度も尋ねる。これも介護をする方々の多くが経験しています。例えばこんな場面。
今何時？
ちょっと待って。今10時半。
10時半。今何時だ？
今10時半。
10時半。10時半。今何時？
お父さん何？もう10回ぐらい言ってるんだよ。
初めて聞いたんだよ。
もう10回言いました。
初めてだって言ってるじゃないかよ。
もう10回も言ってるでしょ。嘘つき。もう嘘つきだよ、お父さんは。
嘘つきはおめえだよ。
ああ、怒って出て行ってしまいました。この場面での問題は何だったのか、もう一度認知症の人ご本人の立場で見てみましょう。
今何時だ？
今10時半。
10時半。
認知症になるとすぐ前のことを忘れてしまうことがあります。
今何時？
繰り返し尋ねてくるときは 不安の表現であることも多いのです。
もう10回ぐらい言ってるんだよ。
答えてくれないと不安が広がっていきます。逃げ出したいという気持ちになり、時には外に出て行こうとすることもあります。
もう10回も言ってるでしょ。嘘つき。もう嘘つきでよ、お父さんは。
嘘つきはおめえだよ。
この状況でのユマニチュードを使った対応は、
今何時か
あ、お父さん、今ね、10時半だね。
な。今何時？
あ、お父さん、今ね、10時半だよ。
10時半
ね、10時半。そう。うん。
今何時？何時？
お父さん、そう、ありがとう教えてくれて、10時半でいつものお茶の時間だった。ありがとう教えてくれて、
そうか。
今から一緒にね、お茶の準備しよっか。お父さん、これコップ持ってテーブルの方にお願いします。はい。じゃあね、今日テーブルの上にコップとお皿を1個ずつ並べてください。はい、ありがとうお父さん。助かる。
随分とお父さんの表情が変わりました。この状況でのポイントは、
今何時か
あ、お父さん。今ね、10時半だね。
不安の表現として繰り返し尋ねてくる状況は同じです。
今何時？
あ、お父さん。今ね、10時半だよ。
10時半
ね、10時半。
難しい時もあると思いますが、ご本人にとっては初めて尋ねる質問なのです。何度でもなるべく優しく答え、不安を和らげてあげましょう。
今何時？何時？
お父さん、そう、ありがとう教えてくれて、10時半でいつものお茶の時間だった。ありがとう教えてくれて、
そうか。
今から一緒にね、お茶の準備しよっか。お父さん、これコップ持ってテーブルの方にお願いします。
その状況に関連があり、本人が関心を向けられる他のことで不安な気持ちをそらしましょう。
お皿を
簡単なお手伝いなどが効果的です。
はい、ありがとうお父さん。助かる。このように本人の不安を次の関心事に向けていくということが大事です。今回のビデオですと、10時半と時間を尋ね続けるお父さんに対して、10時半はお茶の時間だというふうに話を持っていっています。そしてお茶のお手伝いをお願いねと頼んでいます。本人が何かを不安に思っているときに、その不安と少し関連のあることについて話すということが大事です。
服を脱いでくれない。これもケアする方々が困る場面です。
お父さん、体洗うよ。
体を拭くために娘さんが準備をしています。
何するんだ
お
よ。
父さん、だって服脱がなくちゃ。
この状況を認知症の人の立場で見てみると、
お父さん、体洗うよ。
事前の説明がないままの準備。実は認知症の人はまだ体を拭く準備だと理解できていません。 突然誰かが部屋に入ってきて何かを始めたのだと思っているのです。そして
何するんだ
あ、
よ。
お父さん、だって服脱がなくちゃ。
これは認知症の人ご本人にとってはいきなり服を脱がされそうになって驚いている状況なのです。ではそれを踏まえてユマニチュードでの対応を見てみましょう。
はーい。
あ、お父さん。よいしょ。ああ、よかった。お部屋あったまってますね。よいしょ。お父さん。お部屋もあったかくなってるので、一緒にちょっと体きれいにしてさっぱりしましょう。気持ちいいですよ。
うん。
うん。ちょっとバスタオル広げますよ。この辺でいいかしらね。温かいお湯もね、準備します。お父さん、準備ができました。じゃあこれから体拭いてきれいにするので、お父さんこのズボンを脱げますか？
うん。
ありがと
うん
う。ここにそう紐がついているので、自分でこう外してみてください。
素直に服を脱いでくれています。ポイントはどこにあったのでしょう。大事なのは、まずこれから会いに行くことを伝えることです。ノックを3回、そして3秒間返事を待ちます。この工程を出会いの準備と言います。相手のプライベートな領域に入っていくことの了承を得るための技術です。
はーい。
あ、お父さん。よいしょ。ああ、よかった。お部屋あったまってますね。よいしょ。お父さん。お部屋もあったかくなってるので、一緒にちょっと体きれいにしてさっぱりしましょう。気持ちいいですよ。うん。
前もって何をするかを伝え、同意を得ることも重要です。さらに次の場面を注意してみてください。
ちょっとバスタオル広げますよ。この辺でいいかしらね。温かいお湯もね、準備します。よいしょ。これで体拭きましょう。
お気づきになったでしょうか。自分が何をしているのか説明しながら、常に視線を認知症の人に向けていたのです。もう一度見てみましょう。
ちょっとバスタオル広げますよ。この辺でいいかしらね。温かいお湯もね、準備します。よいしょ。これで体拭きましょう。よいしょ。
これは自分が相手とずっと共にいることを伝えるための技術です。
お父さん、このズボンを脱げますか？
うん。
ありがと
そして始める直前にもう一度説明します。ここで注目していただきたいのは、左手がしっかり触れているところです。相手とのアイコンタクトや話しかける言葉とともに触れることは、ユマニチュードで用いる 相手を大切にしているというメッセージを伝える基本の技術です。見る、話す、触れるをできる限り同時に行うことが重要です。
とても近い間柄にある家族だからこそ、相手のプライベートな領域に入るときにその了承を得ることがとても大事です。これを出会いの準備と呼んでいます。介護の同意が得られないときには、無理やり行うのではなく、一度諦めて出直すことも重要な技術です。このビデオでは、体を拭く準備をしている間も、お父さんの方に目を向けたり、言葉をかけたりずっとしていましたね。あのように、あなたがここにいるということを私は認識しているんだというメッセージを送り続けるということがとても大事なのです。ユマニチュードは誰にでもできる実践的な技術です。はじめは家族なのによそよそしいとか恥ずかしいとか感じてしまうかもしれませんが、どうぞ思い切って演じてください。大切なのは相手を驚かせない技術です。では他の場面も見てみましょう。
近づくとき、
お父さん、ただいま。
帰ってきたか。
元気にしてた？
元気。
よかったよかった。お父さん、ただいま。
目的を持って会いに行くとき、驚かせないように大きな動作でゆっくりと視界に入り近づいていきます。
帰ってきたか。
元気にしてた？
元気。
よかったよかった。
しかし、大きな動作で近づいても気づいてもらえない場合もあります。そんな時は、出会いの準備です。ゆっくりと3回ノック、3秒待つを繰り返し、反応を待ちながら近づきます。
お父さん、どう？
帰ってきたのか。
帰ってきました。
寝る準備。
あ、お父さん、お待たせしました。お父さん、今日楽しいことがあったの。幼なじみのまちこさんに会ったのよ。覚えてる？
わかんない。
わかんない？
何かケアをするときにいきなり本題に入るのではなく、まずは相手と共にいる時間を楽しんでいることを伝えます。これもユマニチュードの技術の一つです。さらに、ここで注目していただきたいのは、話すときの顔と顔の近さです。このとき、できるだけ顔を近づけます。認知機能の程度に応じて異なりますが、目安は相手が照れない距離です。人によっては20センチくらいまで近づくことが必要です。
私、毎日お父さんのお世話をしたり、ご飯を作ったりしています。
そして触れること。両手で優しく触れていますね。大事にしている気持ちが伝わっています。
ありがとうございます。
こちらこそ。
ありがとうな。ありがとう。
いつも喜んでもらって嬉しいです。
ありがとう。
ゆっくり話すのも大切です。
お父さん、ここに柔らかいベッドがあるから、こっちに座ってお話ししましょうか。
いいですよ。
じゃあ一緒に立ちますよ。はい、よいしょ。
よいしょ。
はい、こっちに。
話す内容も重要です。
座ります。
いい話や前向きな言葉をかけましょう。
ほっとしますね。ほっとする。じゃあお父さん、そろそろパジャマに着替えてみましょうか。どう？
そうな。
お父さんのお気に入りのパジャマ。どうかしら。いいね。いいね。似合いそう。
こうした言葉でいい感情が生まれ、同意が得られることも多いのです。
抜けたかな？ボタン外せますね。
不安になっているとき。네. 잠시 안내말.
May I have your attention, please? We are going to start the International Seminar on Humanitude Care 2022 in a few minutes. For the smooth progress, please switch your mobile phones into vibrant mode or just switch them off. Before we get started, for today's program, this is the International Seminar, and we are providing simultaneous interpretation in English and Korean. Please take your receiver for the simultaneous interpretation. Channel 1 is Korean, Channel 2 is English. You can also refer to the materials in Korean, and you can download from our official website of the Incheon Metropolitan City Dementia Center. And you may also drink any waters or the drinks outside of the hall due to the COVID-19 quarantine. Good afternoon. I am Secretary General Yoon Se-hee of Incheon Metropolitan Center Dementia Center for today's MC. For today's seminar, we have the theme of the value of humanitude to strengthen dementia care services, and as adoptions on the humanitude into Korea, we are also going to listen to the best practices from overseas, as well as discuss the ways to strengthen our dementia care. Since August this year, we have started the training programs for the experts and the specialized workers in terms of humanitude in Korea, and the second program was just completed recently. As a part of the 5 trainees, I really feel that this is a very meaningful time that we are going to discuss one of the measures and the practices in terms of the humanitude. And I do really hope that you can also have very tangible outcomes and results in terms of the humanitude dementia care. From now on, let me announce the overview today. For the first session, we are going to have discussions on the dementia management policies for the Korea. And then we are also going to listen to the best practices from the Incheon Metropolitan City in terms of humanitude. For the second session, we'll be also hearing the speakers from the Singapore, Japan, and Europe in terms of the adoptions of the humanitude, as well as community-based dementia care, the measures. For today's seminar, we are also providing on and offline hybrid events. We are also joined by the care workers, caregivers, and also those with the dementia, the patients, and the families. And I do really hope that we can have very fruitful outcomes and discussions today, as we are also providing YouTube streamlined services at the same time. Before we get started, we are going to introduce a distinct guest for honoring today's seminar. When your name is called upon, please also towards the camera lens so that the online participants from the Zoom and the YouTube can also see your faces. First of all, we are joined by Director General of Health of Incheon Metropolitan City, Kim Seok-chul. Next, we are also joined by the Director Lee Hyun-sung of Ongjin-gun Health Center. We are also joined by the manager and the Director An Young-mi from the Incheon Eastern Health Center. Next, we are also joined by the manager Cho Eun-heng of the Southern Eastern District Health Center of Incheon Metropolitan City. Next, we are also joined by manager Kim Yeon-ja of the Bupyeong-gu Health Center.
Last but not least, we are joined by the Vice President, the Administrator of the Bureau, Kim Soo-hyun of the Catholic University of Korea, Incheon St. Mary's Hospital. Due to time constraints, please understand and bear with me not to give all the introductions on the distinct guests. First of all, we are still going to listen to the first speaker from and on behalf of the Incheon Metropolitan City, the Director General Kim Seok-chul of Health of Incheon Metropolitan City for his welcome remarks. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kim Seok-chul, Director General of Health at the Incheon Metropolitan City. Today, we're having this international seminar, which is hosted by the Incheon Metropolitan City, which has a special commitment to human respect and dementia care. I would like to especially thank Professor Yves Gines, the founder of Humanitude, and the professor and the Dr. Miyako Honda, the head of the Japanese branch, and also the doctor from the Tokyo Medical Center, and also the Humanitude trainer, Joao Parteu Arauzo. Thank you very much for being here with us this afternoon. And the Tui Anjang from the Kotek Puat Hospital, Singapore. Thank you very much for being here, for presenting for this international seminar. And Incheon Metropolitan City will actively make efforts to provide all the supports required for the dementia patients based on the central government's dementia prevention and the management policies. In order to prevent and come up with the right policies, we're also collaborating with the international entities. So we have established the private, public, and academic collaboration system and entered into an agreement with the French IGM Research Institute as through the international collaboration. In addition, we also plan to nurture 5 professional trainers who will pass on the Humanitude care skills to promote a plan to apply the care skills step by step, starting with the public dementia facilities. Today's seminars will serve as an opportunity for you to be engaged in dementia care discussions and for dementia patient family members so that through the discussions we can have better ways to take care of the dementia patients in the future. I hope many fruitful discussions can be made through today's international seminar. Thank you very much. That was Director General of Health from the Incheon Metropolitan City. Thank you very much.
Next, we are going to watch the video clip, the congratulatory video clip from the developer of the Humanitude, as well as the pioneers who have also achieved the smooth and the warm revolutions. Of course, he was not able to participate in here, but he has sent the congratulatory remarks from France. The Professor Yves Gines, we are going to watch the video clip.
Hello, everybody. I am Yves Gines, the founder with Rosette Barescotti of Humanitude. As you know, perhaps, I was a physical education teacher, and I went in hospital to teach how to prevent back pain. From the first day, during 40 years, we asked to the nurse, doctors, and other caregiver, we asked to take care of the 10 worst patients, the 10 most difficult patients they have. And for this experience, we could create about 400 techniques, and I have many lessons from them, from the patients. My teachers were the patients. And after a long time, we decided to create a philosophy of Humanitude. Why? Simply because I realize when we do good to people, we do good to ourselves. I realize the best tool that we have in the care is tenderness and love. And this simply because human beings need tenderness and love. Slow by slow, I understood that I had to let all my power and to find the way of humility. And when I understood this, I understood I was not, never, I was caregiver, but we are care sharer. Humanitude is a philosophy of good link between human beings. I reap what I sow. If I give love, I receive love. And practicing this, we realize so many incredible things. And I have very good news for you. If you practice Humanitude, you will not have burnout. The patient will be in good health, and all human can walk and stand up to the last day of his life. BPSD doesn't exist really. There is not aggressive patient. They are only defensive. So I hope you will have a lot of fun on the pathway of Humanitude. And if you feel a little alone, look on your shoulder and you could see me saying hello to you. And I have a big smile for you. Thank you very much, Korea.
네, 돌봄을 서로
The sharing the care with one of the pioneering spirit for the developing the relationship in terms of humanity. Thank you very much, Professor Ibchinast. We are going to get started for the first session. The first speaker will be giving the presentation on the roles and responsibilities of the community-based dementia care and the national dementia policy from the National Institute of Dementia, and the Deputy Director Seo Ji-won will give the first presentation. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 이런 뜻깊
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. It's my great honor to give the presentation. I would like to also extend my gratitude to the Intermetropolitan City and the Intermetropolitan City Dementia Center for giving this opportunity. From now on, I'm going to talk about the current progress and the future plans in terms of the community-based dementia care and the national dementia policy. First, I'm going to cover the structure of the Korean dementia policies, as well as the progress and future plans. And after talking about the future plans, we also have to discuss on the past 3 years in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has heavily impacted on the community-based dementia care throughout my presentation today. As you can see here, since 2008, we have started the Comprehensive Dementia Management Plan, which is the first plan. And we have the 5-year Comprehensive Dementia Management Plan within Korea. Back in 2020, the 4th Comprehensive Plan on Dementia Care. So this is the plan that we are applying for the current status of the dementia plan. In terms of the policies, the LDC, Local Dementia Center, is one of the key roles in taking those responsibilities. So I also need to discuss and mention about the roles and responsibilities of the LDC. As you can see here, there was an announcement of the dementia, the policy scheme within Korea at the national-wide system. The first of all, around the country in Korea, the LDC, the Local Dementia Center, were established as the key elements for the taking those responsibilities of the dementia national scheme. And the 2018 until the 2029, we have also installed a total of the 256 LDC centers, which have completely within the region across Korea. On the 4th Comprehensive Plan on Dementia Care, we are continuously and currently applying for strengthening the safe from dementia societies upon the community-based collaborations. After establishing those systems in LDC, you can refer to the dementia management systems for the local communities and governments based on the city level and the provincial governments. You can see that each entities and each organizations are also taking their roles under the management system. When it comes to the LDC, this is very familiar scheme and outline to all of you here. Regarding the LDC, the policies are directly provided from the LDC at the community-based level based on the severity of the dementia, or the tailored schemes and the ways and advices could be also provided as type of the services to those with the dementia and the families across the facilities in terms of welfare, dementia care. These are currently interconnected to give the tailored services to the dementia patients. At this point of time, let me also give the status of the fourth comprehensive plan on the dementia management since 2020. This is the current level. And if you look at the back to 2020, you can see that still there may be some limitations in terms of the transportations and the transportation access problems to those with dementia and the families. As a part of the policies, the various services are to be more provided to really mitigate those concerns and the transportation issues, because all those with dementia and the recipients are encountering the different circumstances, and so far we have continued to promote to give the tailored systems and services to meet their needs and demands. As you can see here, back in 2020, there was the pandemic across the Korea and around the world of the COVID-19. Those prolonged the COVID-19 pandemic, and despite those challenges, we really have to provide those services to the dementia patients. Throughout the times, the fourth comprehensive plan was established. This is the fundamental directions. So based on the perspectives of the recipients and suppliers, we try to focus on the providing those systems and the policies. And so far, when it comes to the providing the services to those with the dementia, a lot of the different medical institutions and organizations work to be also systematically established and collaborated together. In this regard, for the local community level, the Aging in Place AIP support was one of the solutions. Indeed, the LDC, the local dementia center, were actually taking their key roles to provide those tailored services and policies to those with dementia. As you can see here, this is the very overview and outline of the fourth comprehensive plan on dementia management. This is the goal that we try to promote very safe from the dementia to the community levels to those with dementia and the families. So this is the ultimate goal that we are providing the comprehensive plan. And that we have about the 8 programs and the tasks under the management plan. And we do also have the subcategory in terms of the actual plans and the measures. As you can see here, the strengthening the capacities of the communities in providing dementia care is the one of the key elements. If you look at that spectrum, you can see that to those with the dementia, various services are included. Now, mainly for the LTC, the long-term care service facilities and organizations are to be also come up with the providing those frequent cares, including round visit, and the daytime and the nighttime, the care institutions are to provide the short-term care services as a part of their programs. And integrated home care services are to be more promoted. And as you can see here, when it comes to the fourth comprehensive plan, the resources are the key element in this regard in solving those challenges and issues when it comes to the providing very tailored services and programs, we do also have to focus on the resources in doing so. Therefore, we also need to have to provide care for the elderly based on the very robust systems and delivery systems so that we can provide very safe and stable services to the elderly. Or we can also strengthen the jobs in which the elderly can also participate in or involved in for their involvement in the community level. And then community-based consultative bodies are to be also more promoted so that we can apply the comprehensive plan for the community level plan. We do also have a lot of the different ways that we can promote to give very efficient dementia care. When it comes to the infrastructure, the NI, the National Institute of Dementia, are to take their key roles in advancing the dementia management system. This is to be more promoted in the future. As I mentioned before, of course, it's very important to interconnect the resources among communities so that we can have the collaborations and cooperations with the LTC hospitals, facilities, clinics, and nursing homes so that we can really provide very tailored services and the ways to those with dementia. Under the fourth comprehensive plan, as the current plan that we are providing, and for this year, 2022, upon the new launch of the new government of Korea, can also refer to the new policies. Back in May this year, the national government has also proposed about the national top 100 agendas, and one of them is to strengthen the dementia care services based on the regional level and community level. The first is to upgrade and enhance the best practices of the LDC. Second, to strengthen the support of the dementia care service for communities. And the third, to build dementia-friendly communities. Let me also give more ideas in upgrading the best practices and cases of the LDC. This is one of the very important parts. So far, for LDC at the community level, they are also trying to promote and nurture the ways and the policies or discover those with dementia, but across their roles, the LDC have also set their new directions to provide much better and more efficient when it comes to improving their systems. Indeed, upgrading best practices are also highly interconnected with resource allocation. In doing so, all the related project or the business upon the coordinations with the dementia safe hospital or the related facilities are to be more promoted. In doing so, the tailored consultative body with the experts and medical professionals have been also undertaken in doing so. Not only that, we can also see that how to interconnect with those related organizations to really find out the ways in gathering together so that you can see that this is one of the key priorities for the 5-year comprehensive plan. As mentioned before, the LDC as a key element and entity to give the tailored dementia care, this is the scheme that they are setting the directions. Definitely, the dementia and the LDC and system are to be provided in a more efficient manner when it comes to the next generation systems so that all the institutions can share their information and data upon the integrated management system. Regarding those directions, this is the way that how we are going to provide those policies and the services. Of course, we need to still improve those policies and the ways in providing better dementia cares. Next part is also covering about how to really give the care services on those with the dementia across the COVID-19 pandemic. As you're well aware, since 2020, COVID-19 pandemic was occurred within Korea, and social distancing as well as the ban on the collective gathering were taken as part of the measures, so that the LDC needed to reduce their operation and programs or suspend some of them in making those efforts. So that one of the major issues was to have the gap in terms of the plan and actual the progress for the providing those services. Of course, still you can see that the number of the dementia patients were increasing over time, but you can see that in terms of the severity and the symptoms of the dementia were reduced. So we can see that still so far the number of those with dementia and the services they can get were lowered over time. Ultimately, you can see that LDC are to really find out their own ways to continue their ways despite the pandemic of COVID-19. To deal with the COVID-19, in-person consultation or the platforms were really reduced across the COVID-19 pandemic. So while transforming from the in-person into the online platforms or the meetings, the number of the LDCs who actually shut down their businesses were also reduced over the time. So at least you can see that this is the category, how they really were able to mitigate the risk or any uncertainties from the COVID-19 pandemic. So likewise, they apply the IT technologies or the media, other types of the platforms and technologies to really mitigate those risks from the COVID-19 pandemic. And still, as we expect to prolong the COVID-19 pandemic, and along with a fourth comprehensive plan on dementia management, you can see that these are the policies applied for the fourth comprehensive plan. And as a part of that, the IT technology was one of the solutions. When it comes to providing dementia care and services, the IT was a lot promoted and strengthened in promoting and spreading the services and the tools for those with dementia. Of course, despite the COVID-19 pandemic for the last 2 or 3 years, the in-person or online platforms and the meetings were also really carefully handled, so that how to evaluate the IT system or manage that system was one of the key priorities across the comprehensive plan. And last part is about the outdoor healing program by LDC. After going through the COVID-19 pandemic and the 4 outdoor activities, this is also one of the key priorities that we are discussing so far. The last part is in summary, in Korea, in terms of the current progress, when it comes to the giving the dementia cares across the COVID-19 pandemic, not only just online service, but in-person services have been and are still continuously to be developed. When it comes to do that, how to manage and how to apply those systems are to be more concerned in a long-term perspective. When it comes to services and when we encounter some of the gaps between the planned and the actual progress due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this is the high time that we need to mitigate and narrow the gap, how to really collaborate together with the institutions and the related organizations to really come up with the various services and policies in doing so. So this is the end of my presentation. Like to get any comments or any questions regarding my presentation if time is allowed. Thank you. If you don't have any further questions, let me wrap up my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Vice President Hall, thank you very much for being here with us despite your very busy schedule and made a presentation on the status of the dementia patient care in Korea. Now we will have a presentation by Jung Sung-woo, Director of the Incheon Metropolitan City Dementia Center, on the topic of introduction of Humanitude in Incheon to support aging in place for dementia patients. The Incheon Metropolitan City and the Incheon Metropolitan City Dementia Center have promoted and led the introduction of Humanitude in Korea. Mr. Chung, now the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Chung Sung-woo, Director of Incheon Metropolitan City Dementia Center. I will be presenting on the introduction of Humanitude in Incheon to support aging in place for dementia patients. It's my great pleasure and honor that I can present here at the international seminar. Today's presentation will include the overview of Humanitude to support aging in place for dementia patients and the process of introducing Humanitude to Incheon and the future tasks. First of all, I would like to tell you about the Humanitude to support AIP for dementia patients. Currently, Korea and Incheon are seeing a rapid increase in the number of elderly people and dementia patients and are struggling to prepare countermeasures for a super-aged society. And if you look at this figure on the slide, over the last 10 years, the number of elderly increased 1.5%, and the number of dementia patients increased 3 times. And if you look at the prevalence of dementia for those who are aged 65 and older, you can see that a significant increase in the number of patients over the years. The increase in dementia patients led to an increase in dementia patient abuse, causing social tragedies. So you see the number of abuse cases increased slightly over the years. And you see, as of 2021, in 84 cases, that those are diagnosed with dementia or those who are suspected to have a dementia, in these cases, though they were suffering from abuse. So that's why in the fourth Dementia Management Comprehensive Plan study, that the necessity of strengthening the dementia care was mentioned and highlighted. And that's why the Humanitude was introduced in the Incheon city. And the study was conducted to reduce the use of the unnecessary use of abuse and the other methods that were forced method and other the unnecessary drugs. So most the dementia patients stay at home in Incheon, and the cost is increasing as well. And you see that cost of treatment for dementia in Incheon is higher than the national average. So it's important for us to prepare right measures to deal with this issue, to help the increasing number of dementia patients and their families to continue to live happily where they used to live. Effective dementia care should be continued from the very early stage of dementia. Therefore, we try to find the solutions in Humanitude, which is a care based on respect for human beings. Humanitude is a care techniques developed by Eve Genest and Rosette Marescotti, focusing on relationship with dementia patients. Eve Genest and Rosette Marescotti wanted to break away from forced care techniques and experience that relationship-based care is more effective in caring for dementia patients. So till the very last moment of dementia patients, that Humanitude focusing on treating this dementia patient with dignity and treating them as human beings. So it's focused on the relationship between the caregivers and dementia patients, and it's based on the science. Humanitude started in France and provide care training in 14 branches across France, and about 400 medical institutions and care facilities in France have introduced Humanitude care techniques. And so far, 11 countries, including Portugal, Switzerland, Italy, Japan, and Singapore, have introduced and applied Humanitude, mainly driven by the private sector. And as a public institution, Incheon Metropolitan City was the first to introduce Humanitude. Now let me go over the process of introducing Humanitude in Incheon Metropolitan City. In June 2019, the Humanitude founder, Eve Genest, and the Dr. Honda Miwako were invited to the city of Incheon to hold the International Dementia Care Workshop. With the nurses who were working at the Metropolitan, the Incheon Metropolitan Nursing Hospitals. So the KBS documentary titled Soft Revolution was aired in 2 parts and aroused great interest nationwide. And as a result, this Humanitude project was selected as the #1 project in the health and welfare sector of participatory budgeting. Since the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the full-scale introduction of Humanitude has been suspended, but we did not stop. We secured the exclusive right to use documentary videos so that anyone can view them at all times, and produced the distributed books on understanding dementia based on Humanitude, and declared the Declaration of Human Rights for dementia patients. And we also held human-centered care seminar to help citizens better understand the meaning of Humanitude. In addition, the Humanitude training has been provided for workers who are working at the dementia care centers, and we asked if there was a need for person-centered care, and we were able to get very positive answers to these questions. And it's that the caregivers and the nurses on the site recognize that human-centered and the relationship-based care is really important, and that's why they feel the need of introducing Humanitude. In 2021, the COVID-19 pandemic prolonged, so the International Memorandum of Understanding was signed online with the French International Institute of Genest Marescotti, and we signed a contract to foster Humanitude trainers and introduced Humanitude centered on public dementia centers. In addition, in order to continuously inform the local residents on Humanitude, we also ran My Neighborhood Dementia Book campaign to promote Humanitude at 35 regional points in Incheon in September. Publicity campaigns were also carried out to raise public awareness and to reflect matters to be considered from the consumer side in future business plans. The opinions of the Incheon Citizen Policy Group were also collected, and the citizens presented their expectations and various opinions on Humanitude. In addition, we were also able to review the human rights of dementia patients through the Human Rights Seminar and the International Seminar for Elderly Patients who are suffering from dementia that were held in 2021. 2022 announces the full-scale introduction of Humanitude and Dementia Family Integrated Support Program, which has been prepared since the second half of 2021, is producing family educational contents for caring for dementia families with Humanitude in the resting area. And the trainer, Joao Parteu Arauzo, was invited to Korea, and we're also now at the moment, the providing is being provided for 5 different rounds, and that is going to be carried out till April of next year. In particular, as part of the Incheon Overcoming Dementia Day, a baseball stadium event was also held with the Landers team on the theme of Humanitude with values. We carried out this very unique event to promote Humanitude to more than 10,000 baseball spectators, capturing the attention of families with dementia, citizens of Incheon, and baseball fans. Next, I would like to tell you about our future plans and suggestions for the future policy. Around April 2023, 5 Humanitude professional trainers are going to be provided, and these trainers are going to provide training mainly on the dementia care centers and the public nursing hospitals and the public nursing homes. And the Dementia Overcoming Day event and international seminars are going to be held continuously to raise awareness on dementia care. And from 3 years, from 2024 to 2026, we will provide professional trainer refresher training sessions and family education sessions to strengthen education and strengthen promotion of the effective care methods. And after 2027, when the contract period expires, we will have a long-term goal to prepare the follow-up research on examining the effectiveness of Humanitude, and we're going to expand this plan in the private sector. In order for Humanitude to take root well in the community and bear fruit, dementia care manuals must be created and spread according to the level of consumers and as suggested by citizens. In addition, in order to strengthen care management, the technical support is also required for the dementia care center as well. Above all, in order to change the caring site and the culture, customized training programs and incentives are required for individuals who are practicing Humanitude. After learning about Humanitude, the caregivers can provide better care, and the study on measuring the effectiveness, such as the study on the return on social investment, should also be carried out to ensure continuous investment in strengthening the Humanitude care. In the mid to long term, it's necessary to record and share what changes have occurred in the survey. Through this, a strategic mid to long term development plan must be established and implemented so that a regionally specialized model for strengthening the dementia care capacity of the community can be successfully established and developed. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. If there are any comments or questions, I will be happy to entertain them. If not, this is it for my presentation. Once again, thank you very much. So by practicing Humanitude, the communities, the dementia caring capacity can be strengthened, and with the efforts of the Incheon Metropolitan City Dementia Center. So this concludes session 1, and we're going to have a 10-minute break. And the second session will resume in 10 minutes at 2 2:55 p.m. So we will resume at 2:55 p.m.
지난 6월 국내 최초로 휴머니튜드 워크숍이 열렸습니다. 인천시 두 곳의 시립요양병원 6명의 간호사들이 그 주인공이죠. 치매 노인을 환자가 아닌 인간으로 대하는 새로운 치매 케어법 휴머니튜드. 교육 첫날 환자에게 다가가는 법부터 다시 배웁니다.
Knocking is to catch attention.
병실에 있는 환자를 만날 때도 반드시 노크를 해야 합니다.
Free second. Free second. She come. Oh.
안녕하세요.
And she go very close. She start to touch. She only say positive words. You are very kind. I'm so happy to see you. And she start to caress. Preliminary is only to make a contact. Positive contact, you know? And it takes 30 to 40 seconds.
저리가. 저리가. 가.
최수천 할아버지는 이 병원에서 가장 폭력적인 환자입니다. 드디어 이브가 최수천 할아버지를 만났습니다.
네, 오늘 좀 돌보신다고 하셨거든요.
So we are going on the chair.
네,
It's time.
의자에 좀 앉으려고 하는데.
It's time to go, okay? On the rolling chair. So
네.
we take the rolling chair.
휠체어에 앉으시는게요.
뜻밖에도 이브에겐 공격적이지 않은 할아버지.
On the back.
할아버지는 3개월 전부터 전혀 걷지 못했습니다.
Slowly, slowly. Come. Translate.
네, 걸어오세요. 저랑 오세요.
No. Come with me.
저랑 함께 움직여요.
Slowly.
천천히.
Okay? Slowly. Wow! Okay.
이브의 부축을 받아 일어선 할아버지.
No. You walk so well.
그리고 한 발 한 발 함께 걸어보기 시작했습니다.
Feet have straight back.
Wonderful.
오늘 기분이 아주 아까 눈물도 흘리셨던 것 같아, 그죠? 너무 좋으셔서 그랬어요? 오랜만에 걸으니까 기분이 어때요? 좋았어요? 지금도 물을 나르시네. 부르셨어요. 너무 좋았어요? 고마워. 계속 고맙다 그러시네.
가장 빠른 속도로 변화를 보인 건 최수천 할아버지였습니다.
여기로? 한번 가보시죠.
휴머니튜드 도전 20일 만에 할아버지는 휠체어 없이 걸어서 화장실에 갔습니다.
근데 오늘 일어나시라고 하니까 저보고 기대요. 그러더니 혼자 저 밑에 자꾸 이렇게 오줌 던져 할아버지 너무 좋아지셨어요. 좀 자신감이 생기는 게 할아버지.
그리고 한 달 만에 드디어 아무 도움 없이 스스로 걷기 시작했습니다.
잘 찍으래.
멋있게 찍어라.
멋있게 찍어.
우리
새끼들도 그래요? 와.
안녕하십니까. SSG 랜더스 트레이닝 코치 박정희입니다.
안녕하세요. SSG 랜더스 외야수 하지원입니다.
SSG 랜더스와 인천광역 치매센터가 함께하는 치매 극복의 날을 맞아 치매 환자 돌봄의 새로운 기법인 휴머니튜드에 대해서 배워보도록 하겠습니다.
휴머니튜드 기법이란 인간 중심의 치매 돌봄 기법으로 치매 환자를 친절하게 케어하고 당신의 소중하다는 마음을 전하는 기술이라고 합니다. 그럼 같이 휴머니튜드의 4가지 기법인 보다, 말하다, 만지다, 서다에 대해서 한번 체험해 보도록 하겠습니다. 코치님!
치매 환자의 시야는 우리가 생각하는 것보다 훨씬 좁다고 합니다. 그래서 천천히 다가가 부르는 게 좋습니다.
코치님.
가만히 있어. 움직이지 마.
치매 환자분들은 무심코 언성을 높이면 존재를 부정한다고 느낀다고 하네요. 온화한 말투로 긍정적인 메시지를 주는 게 중요하다고 합니다.
그렇게 움직이는 게 좋을 것 같다.
네.
가만히 있어.
아파요! 코치님 아파요! 상대를 만질 때 붙들거나 힘을 주면 억압적인 이미지를 준다고 하네요.
여기 괜찮니?
아니, 좀 밑에, 좀 더 밑에.
밑에?
거기야, 네.
이렇게 소중하게 대하는 마음을 느끼게 하는 게 환자한테 좋다고 합니다. 가만 앉아있어. 움직임 없이 오래 누워있으면 다리나 몸의 근육이 더욱 안 좋아진다고 합니다. 태연아.
네.
할 수 있어. 앉아봐. 이렇게 응원이 도움이 된다고 합니다. 9월 21일 랜더스와 인천광역치매센터가 함께하는 세계 치매 극복의 날 캠페인에
팬 여러분들의 많은 관심 부탁드립니다.
Hello everybody, my name is Joao and I'm a Humanitude trainer and I'm here to try to teach you about Humanitude gaze. So first thing we have to do, we're going to have to capture eye-to-eye contact. So we're going to have to gaze the person straight in the eye and then you're going to have to level your gaze to make sure that it's in line, either sideways and in height. And then you're going to try to be as close as you can, about 1 hand distant, and for longer than 3 seconds. Can you do Humanitude gaze? When was the last time that you looked at the person next to you in the eyes? Give it a try. It works.
정정 안내 드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? We are going to invite the speakers from overseas for the second session. And then due to the time constraints and the plan, we are going to start the second session sharply at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
채널로. 네. 네, 모두 자리를.
Please be seated for the second session. So it's a time that you need the translation service and receiver. So once you see the number on the screen, the device is working, and channel 1 is Korean, and channel 2 is English for simultaneous interpretation. So please plug in the receiver for the simultaneous interpretation. For the second session, we're going to invite experts from overseas to listen to their best practices. First of all, we're going to invite the senior occupational therapist Dui Anjang from Kutek Puat Hospital of Singapore. He's going to cover the presentation on the theme of effectiveness of Humanitude in Singapore health and medical community. Recently, for the empathy and the treatments and the services, recently they have also announced and released the research papers in terms of the Humanitude. The enthusiasm and interest as we are joining together, we are going to invite him with a big round of applause from Korea to Singapore.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm occupational therapist in Singapore. So, welcome to Singapore. So it's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to share with the healthcare staff in Korea about the effectiveness of Humanitude in Singapore health and medical community. So these are some of the research studies that we have done in 2021, and also in 2022. Yeah, so we have done like a few studies focusing to investigate the effect of Humanitude care on patients, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, and also the effects of Humanitude on the healthcare staff in acute care hospital. And recently in March this year, we also published a scoping review on the effects of Humanitude care on people with dementia and also on the caregivers. Yeah, so the scoping review actually to summarize all the evidence that have been published on Humanitude on this group of participants. Yeah, so you can check out on the scoping review to have like a summary of what are the evidence out there that have been proven on the effects of Humanitude. Yeah, so in Kutek Puat Hospital, we actually aim to train 420 staff for level 1 and 40 staff in level 2. And from March 2021 to November 2022, we have trained 68% of our planned target for level 1 and 50% of level 2. Yeah, and the breakdown out of the 287 of level trained staff, 70.7% are actually from nursing professionals, 8.4% are from medical doctors, and 17.1% are like the allied health professionals, like for example, occupational therapists, physiotherapists or speech therapists, and others are 3.8. Yeah, and for the level 2 trained staff, the majority, 60% are also from our nursing professionals, 20% are from medical doctors, and 20% are allied health professionals, like therapists. So as we train our staff and professionals in humanitude care, we also want to know what are the impacts of the training on the healthcare staff. Yeah. So for this study, we actually use we are interested we are interested to know three main outcomes: burnout, empathy, and attitude towards dementia. And these are the skills that we use: abbreviated mass large burnout inventory, Jefferson scale of physician empathy, and dementia attitude skill. Yeah, so this slide, we will explain a little bit more, some example about each of the skill. Yeah, so for the abbreviated mass large burnout inventory, they actually cover 3 sub-skill: personal accomplishment. So some of the item, for example, I deal very effectively with the problems of my patients, or sub-skill of the personalization. I have become more insensitive towards people since I took this job, or sub-skill of emotional exhaustion. I feel emotionally drained from my work. Yeah, so these 3 sub-skill actually contribute to the skill of the mass large burnout inventory. And for the burnout inventory, the higher the score, it indicate a higher burnout. The second skill that we use for the study is Jefferson skill of physician empathy. So this skill is also covered 3 main domains. First is walking in patient shoes. So example of such item is I try to imagine myself in my patient's shoes when providing care to them. Second domain is compassionate care. Like for example, I believe that empathy is an important therapeutic factor in medical treatment. And the third skill, the third sub-skill is perspective taking. Example of such sub-skill is because people are different, it is almost impossible for me to see things from my patient's perspective. Yeah. And coming to the third instrument is dementia attitude skill. Yeah, so some of the example of the skill, like for example, I feel frustrated because I do not know how to help people with cognitive impairment and as such. Yeah, so these are the 3 skills that we use to survey on the effectiveness of the humanitude training on the healthcare staff before the training, immediately after the training, and 6 months follow up after the training. Yeah, so these are the results that we that we collected. We actually collected results from 106 participants, and they are the healthcare staff that undergone the humanitude training. Yeah, so so you can see here for the first skill, abbreviated mass large burnout in inventory. We know that the higher the burnout, the higher the score, the higher the burnout. Yeah, so you can see here actually before training to immediately after training and 6 months after training, there is actually a decrease in the burnout score. Yeah, and we have the significant result here as well for the decrease of the burnout score. And this shows us that there is actually a significant reduction in the healthcare staff burnout immediately after training and also 6 months after training. For the second skill, is the separation skill of physician empathy. We want to see, so the higher score is actually a higher empathy. Yeah, and then the result in our population, 106 participants, we also could see that actually we have a significant increase in the empathy score immediately training and 6 months after training. And the third skill, the third outcome that we want to look at is actually attitude toward dementia, right? So here we also could see that there is an increase in the score and also indicate that there is an increase in the positive attitude towards dementia among our healthcare staff immediately after training and 6 months after training. Yeah, so for all the three outcomes that we want to investigate, burnout, empathy, and attitude toward dementia, we all could see a significant improvement among the healthcare staff immediately after the humanitude training, and also the effect sustained at the 6 month follow-up. So some verbatim responses from the healthcare staff. Yeah, so our nurses actually commented that patients are more interactive with us and the surrounding. Our patients become calmer and less resistive to care when we apply humanitude care to the patients. We work based on routine and sequences, but when it comes to patients with delirium or dementia, flexibility and patience are what needed. And while lack of time is often cited, not being able to commit to relationship-centered care, in actuality, this approach has lowered the incidence of challenging behavior, built better rapport, and increased cooperation, which ultimately save time. Yeah, so these are the qualitative verbatim responses to the nurses to explain to us why the quantitative result that we have seen could show that there is an improvement statistically, from pre-training to immediately after training and 6 month follow-up. Yeah, so that is our study on the healthcare staff. So what about the patient outcomes? Yeah, so for the patient outcome, we actually trace the data for more than 1 year. Yeah, and the data is actually is collected on weekly basis. Yeah, so the three main outcomes that we are looking at for the patient outcomes first are on engagement. So we are using the outcome measure called engagement of a person with dementia scale, or EPWDS. And the second thing that we want to look at is actually on the agitation. And the third thing is actually on the patient ability to perform activity of daily living. Yeah, so for the first skill is on engagement of a person with dementia skill. So like what I mentioned, we actually collect the data at the weekly basis from February 2021 to March 2022. Yeah, and we actually track down the trend and this graph actually show us the result of the whole year, right? So we can see the trend of the pre-training, post-training, and also at the follow-up phase. We determine that the time, the point of time that at post-training is when we achieve 67% of staff being trained in humanitude care. Yeah, so you could see here that the trend of the patient outcome, or specifically in the engagement of the person with dementia scale, is actually an increasing trend from the pre-training. Yeah, so for the follow-up phase, which is from October 2021 until March 2022, our trend dropped, but it's actually still an improvement compared to the pre-training. So this outcome, this trending outcome, we could see that there is still an improvement in the humanitarian care on the patients. The follow-up phase, I will explain a little bit more on the challenges, because this is the time that Singapore will really face a lot of difficulties with COVID-19 pandemic. But yet, you still could see that the improvement of the patient outcome is still higher than the pre-training phase. Yeah, so this is for the engagement outcome. Yeah, and moving on to the Pittsburgh agitation scale, right? So the for the agitation scale, the lower the score, the better, because the lower the score actually indicate a lower agitation among the patients. Yeah, so again, we also put the time point of pre-training to post-training is when 67% of staff being trained, and you also could see here, you know, for the longitudinal outcome, the trend of the post-training for the agitation scale, it dropped compared to the pre-training. For the follow-up phase, because of the challenges due to the high in the COVID-19 cases, the trend increased a little bit, but it's still lower compared to the pre-training. Yeah, so again, this data also show us that Humanitude show that there is a reduction in agitation among the patients. Yeah, and then the third scale that we measure is actually modified Pater index. So this scale is actually on the performance of activity of daily living among the elderly patients. Yeah, and we also could see here that the data trend for post-training improved compared to the pre-training. And though it decreased a little bit, but then this improvement still considered sustained during the follow-up phase. Yeah, so in summary, so I will moving on a bit more to share with you more about the challenges during the follow-up phase, like why we could see that there is a slight decrease in the patient outcome. Yeah, it really because of the incidences of COVID-19 in Singapore from October 2021 until now. Yeah, so we actually experienced a wave of COVID-19 cases in Singapore, and in our hospital where we collect the research data. A lot of wards are being locked down, and then staff are being putting on full PPE, and staff are being absent due to the sick leave from 40 days to 80 days per month. Yeah, and there's also a lot of extra activities to cope with the COVID-19 treatment and cases as well in the hospital. Yeah, and then then we also convert one of the Jerry ward into a COVID ward, and this result in very high increase in the patient loads. And we also face the manpower issues, because the trained nurses actually deployed to ICUs to cope with the very sick sick patients that contracted the COVID-19. And there are some staff being resigned because of the stress and with burnout dealing with COVID-19 pandemic as well. Yeah, so these are all the challenges that we face during the follow-up phase of the Humanitude. But yet, we could still see there is an improvement in the patient outcome compared to before our staff are being trained in Humanitude. Yeah, so in summary, the implementation of Humanitude has shown the benefit on healthcare staff in terms of reducing burnout, increasing empathy, increasing the positive attitude toward dementia, and on patient, increasing engagement, increased acceptance of care, reduce agitation, and also improve activity of daily living performance. Yeah, so that is the research that we are still in the progress of doing. Yeah, and today I'm just sharing with you some of the preliminary result that we collected so far. Yeah. Okay. So next, I will share with you some of the strategies that our hospital have to sustain the improvement. Yeah. So the first strategies, we want to promote the shared decision making about the patient care by having a weekly humanity round with the care team. So the care team include like doctors, nurses, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, medical social workers, and the whole team will discuss on the prescribed care goals for the patients. And we are actually doing this one care plan for the patient as well to write down what are the care goals and what are the strategies that the team want to achieve for the patients. And then every month we also have the Zoom meeting with all the wards that have implemented humanity care. And the purpose of having this monthly Zoom meeting is for us to share experience and learn from each other, and also to update on progress of the implementation. Other strategies that we have is actually to improve the verticality pillar of humanity. So we actually include a new skill called John Hopkins Mobility Skill. So this skill is actually, we are putting in the This Is Me board, which is placed at the patient headboard. Yeah, so this is for all the healthcare professionals to assess what is the mobility score of the patient, and also for us also serve as a visual reminder for us to always try to improve the mobility milestone for the patient, right? So we have 8 mobility milestone here that we want the patient to achieve. So yeah, so it depends on which mobility status that the patient has, right? So the skill have for example, first is patient lay in bed, and then bed activity in a long sitting position, and then sit at the edge of bed, sit out of bed, so the patient are able to transfer out of bed, patient able to stand, able to walk, stand step, and then walk 7.5 meters and walk 75 meters. Yeah, so this skill, we use it as an assessment and also as a goal setting for the patients in the ward. Fourthly, yeah, we also engage the ancillary staff to build trusting relationship with patients. Yeah, so we are actually conduct the yeah the training program to with return demonstration, and also we are creating a buddy system to guide the ancillary staff on the approaches to better patient care. Yeah, so this workshop is actually by the level 2 staff to the level 1 staff. And we also recruited a new group of staff called Elder Care Companion. Yeah, so they are part-time staff to provide more bedside support for patients and staff. Yeah, so this Elder Care Companion group, they are not healthcare trained. Yeah, but we are actually got them in the hospital and provide the on-the-job training. So that they can engage our patient in more meaningful activities. So some activities, some example here, like for example, participating in gardening tasks, participating in leisure-based activities, or just engaging the patient in conversations. And for the leadership level, the senior clinician and nursing leaders also show deep commitment by role modeling to our junior staff or our on the ground staff. Our senior staff or nursing leader actually actively participate in the Humanitude rounds and monthly sharing with staff. They address the existing staffing gaps by redeployment of staff and active recruitment of new nursing staff. And they also track the progress of implementation and assessing the impact on the outcomes. Yeah, so this is the teamwork of both the on the ground staff and also at the leadership level staff. Yeah, so that's actually the end of my sharing. So before I move on to the Q&A section, from our Singapore team, we actually composed a song that we hope that can be played during this seminar to encourage you to persevere on the compassionate care and the humanitarian care for the patients and people with dementia in Korea. Yeah, so I will pass the time back to the committee to play the song for us.
Thank you for treating our patients the Humanitude way, speaking to them so tenderly and offering a loving gaze, and letting a gentle touch soothe their heels as we keep their backs up high, as we keep their heads up high, ever spirited and dignified. Let us serve with pride and joy and go the extra mile. It only takes a while, and it's always worthwhile. The precious lives we touch, we in turn are touched. We are both healers, giver and receiver in this reciprocal dance, in this dance of humanity.
상상을 해봤는데요.
Upon my imagination, if we listen to the music within the word, and exactly we have to make the actions in terms of humanity. Thank you very much for your presentation and the song as well. If you have any questions regarding the presentation, we'd like to also ask the questions during out this Q&A session. Please raise your hands up if you have any question from the floor. So when it comes to the applying into the ICU, I just want to know the reason why we also have to apply the Humanitude care into the ICU manpower.
I'm trying to say that our staff are being deployed from the geriatric ward to ICU. So there is actually a drop in manpower in the ward. Yeah, so that result, so the decrease in manpower actually result in a higher caseload. Yeah, so that's what actually I put in my slide. Yeah, but for the effect of humanity, we have not done a evaluation on ICU yet, but I believe that the effectiveness of Humanitude can also be shown in patients in ICU. Yeah, so yeah, because like what our research have shown the effectiveness of Humanitude on staff, right? So Humanitude can improve staff empathy, burnout, and also their attitude toward the dementia. So on this improvement in staff outcome have the potential to translate into the improvement in patient outcome, regardless whether it's in the general ward or in ICU. Yeah, but it's actually very worthwhile for future research to look into investigating the effectiveness of Humanitude on patients in ICU as well.
또 질문 있는.
Are there any further questions from the floor? We're going to pass the microphone to you. On the patient group, now when it comes to the acute patients, after the occurrence of the dementia, so which timeline do you consider for acute dementia patients? So could you share the timeline upon the occurrence of the dementia to really categorize the acute patients?
Sorry, the question.
So yeah, it's a sort of correct for the timeline because in terms of the chronic, the symptoms of the dementia patients, I'd like to also clarify that which timeline or what type of the symptoms do you consider as acute symptoms of dementia, like delirium? Do you also have certain time period that you can differentiate between acute and chronic symptoms of dementia patients? That was the question.
Yeah. So yeah, thank for the question. Yeah. So actually, for the research that we have done, we actually we actually included own patients with different stages of dementia. So the setting is actually an acute care hospital, but then we don't just include patient with acute stage or acute symptoms of dementia. Yeah, so in our acute hospital ward, where the research was done, we actually include all participants that have the diagnosis of delirium or dementia. Yeah, and then we actually include all of them, and then we actually trace the result at the weekly basis for more than 1 year. Yeah, so that's how you can see the graph, and we can chart the outcome trend from before training, immediately after training, and and also the follow up phase. Yeah, so we do not. So our criteria is actually as long as they have the diagnosis of delirium and dementia, regardless of the stages of dementia.
Can I ask a question? So when you have also tried the Humanitude training and care for 6 months, when it comes to making action, so do you have any certain incentives like the carrot system to the manpower for them to really continue their training programs? Of course, there are some the participants or the manpower who may feel reluctant to participate in the training of Humanitude care. How do you encourage them?
예. 네네. 직원들이
in order to make the manpower and the personnel continue participation in the Humanitude care, do you have any certain incentives to encourage the manpower and the personnel to participate in the Humanitude care?
Yeah, so you mean like how do we maintain the the manpower in the world, or like yeah, I just want to clarify the question a little bit more. Yeah.
So how do you encourage the manpower? So how do you encourage those manpower to participate in the humanitude care or training programs? Do you have any certain incentives or any programs to encourage them?
Correct. So yes, yeah. So we believe that the implementation of the humanitude is actually also have to come from the top. Yeah. So we are trying to build as the whole we want to change the culture of care in the hospital. Yeah. So when the culture of care, we want to change it to the humanitude culture of care from the top. Like it is a leadership who actually communicate this goal, this goal in the change in culture to the ground, then it's easier for the staff on the ground trying to change they practice. Yeah. So when Joel actually came to us to train to train our staff, he also spoke to the staff at the at leadership level as well. Yeah, so a lot of communication need to be done at the leadership level in order in order for them to actually communicate this goal of like of humanitarian care to the staff on the ground. And besides that, practically we also need to set aside like the training time and time for everyone who train in humanitarian come back once a month to meet and then to discuss on the care and also to support each to support our own staff when they are trying to implement the humanitarian care in their daily care for the patients. Yeah.
네, 감사합니다. Thank you very much for your answer. So considering the time, this is the end of the Q&A session. Thank you very much to Ansang for providing your presentation. Thank you so much.
Bye.
I'm sure that many of you have been waiting for the second presentation. The person who introduced Humanitude to Japan is going to make the presentation on the current status of Humanitude practice in Japan. In 2019 and last year, and again this year as well, the Dr. Miwako Honda is going to make the presentation. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Hello. My name is Miwako Honda. I'm going to talk about the humanitude and research. Am I sharing the slides well? Not yet, right? So let me do. Do you see the slides well?
Yes, we do.
You do good. Okay. Thank you so much because when I talk, somehow I cannot see the window. So if there is any problem, please somebody tell me. Okay. So I'm going to talk about humanitude and research. And I would like to start my presentation with this video. It's an acute care hospital in Japan. The background of this video is 3 nurses try to provide the oral care to the patients in the age of 90s. And he was admitted to, do you hear well? Okay. He was admitted for the hip fracture and he had surgery and now waiting for discharge. And medically stable, but the nurse has the huge difficulty in care. So please see how it goes.
3人の看護師が近藤さんの口の中のケアを行う。
Sorry, in Japanese, but then please see what it happens.
近藤さん、こんにちは。お口開きます？そう、お口の中見せてください。お口のお掃除。お掃除します、お口の中。あーってしてみてください。
近藤さんは口を開けようとしない。
そうそうそうそう。あー。やだ。近藤さん、嫌です？きれいにするの。
結局最後まで近藤さんは口を開けなかった。
口の中きれいにしないと。
医療機関では家族の了承を得た上で高速体を使って身体を抑制することがある。点滴のチューブを抜いてしまったり、ベッドから転落する患者がいるからだ。
お疲れ様でした。
本来体を清潔に保つ心地よいケアのはずが、患者も看護師も互いにストレスしか残らない時間になっていた。
いや、一生懸命やってるのにバカ野郎とか殴られたりとか、そういうのされると少し、じゃあどうしたらいいのかなって思ったり。
今医療現場で問題になっているのが、認知症患者を担当する看護師の離職率の高さだ。In the interview of the patient, the nurse, the sound is good enough? Would you please tell me the sound is good enough or not? It's okay? Can I continue? Okay, let me continue. And if something wrong, please tell me. And the nurse said that it is very hard for her. She's doing the best, but she cannot continue to provide oral care. She doesn't know what to do, and she was so disappointed about her work. So this is a usual thing in the hospital. And I think you have seen the documentary programs of KBS before, and actually it happens all over the world. Can I stop once? Do you hear my sound well? Because the feedback from the Zoom was very scattered voice. Can I continue?
Yes, you may continue. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let me go back. I'm sorry. Okay. So the next day, we visited the hospital. And this is Mr. Gines, and this is my colleague nurse, and the same patients. This is one day after. And his medical condition is the same, waiting for the discharge. And please see what happened to him. 看護師たちが苦労していた近藤さんの口のケアをインストラクターが行う。
ちょっとやってみましょうね。じゃあ、口を大きく開けてください。
Good.
いいですよ。いいですよ。
Good.
あれほど嫌がっていた近藤さんがすんなりと口を開けた。
Very good.
はい、きれいになりますよ。
目を開けて。私を見て。
さっぱりしましたか？
はい。
はい。
さっぱりいたしました。
久しぶりっていうか何年かぶりにですね、笑顔を見させてもらいました。非常に感激してます。今までこのネタ姿きり見てなかったんですけども、本当になんか別人になったような気がして、本当にありがたいです。
This gentleman is the director of pharmacy of this hospital, And also, he is the son of the patient, and he lives with his father for years. And he says that it is the first time in past few years that he saw such a smile of his father. And the heart of his son and the nurse in the hospital is so gentle and can be more than us. But it didn't go well before. That means that it is not the matter of the heart, but this is the matter of skill to deliver the care, and that is Humanitude. So Humanitude is created by these two, the French people, the Ms. Rosette Marescotti and Mr. Ginest. And in Japan, we have been working with them for 11 years. And Humanitude is consisted with philosophy of care and the skill to make the philosophy come true. So that means to express that you are the precious person in the way the person understands it. And it's the care methodology to convey the tenderness to everybody. Also, Humanitude can be described as a multimodal comprehensive care communication skills that contains 4 pillars of Humanitude: the face-to-face interaction, or verbal communication, or touch interaction. These 3 are communication pillars, and the last one is assistant of standing up, is the pillar of identity. So I make brief explanation of each pillar. So the face-to-face interaction contains eye contact and the geometric and the temporal characteristics in face-to-face interaction. That means the direction, distance, angle, duration are the part of the face-to-face interaction. And the second pillar is verbal communication. The phonetic elements as the tone, speed, and volume. For example, if I speak too high tone, "Hi everybody, how are you today?" It's the kind of some stressful sounds for the patient with dementia. So it's better to be the lower tone and the slow speed, and not to talk in too loud voice. If you talk in a loud voice, the person might feel that they are scolded by you. So we have to avoid that situation. And the vocabulary is also very important. Please to choose the positive vocabulary as long as possible. So the calm, slow, gentle, and low voice is the key of the verbal communication. And the third is the touch interaction. All touch contains the message from us, and if we grip the wrist like this, the message is very negative. The person might feel that they are arrested. And to deliver the tenderness, it's better to support from the bottom like this. Also, the place of the touch is very important. Please see this illustration. This is made by Dr. Penfield, the Canadian neurosurgeon, and he showed the relationship of the part of the body and the brain. And here is the 3D model of his description. Bigger area means receiving more information from peripheral. In another word, these are big area is very sensitive. So if we touch this area without the consideration, the person receives too much information, and it can be switch of the BPSD, behavior and psychological symptom of dementia. So it's better to avoid to touch this area in the beginning. And lastly, the standing up is the last pillar of Humanitude. And this amount of information from peripheral receptors, about the position and the perception is more upright than spine. So this is a rational why we have to upright position. And keep upright position as long as possible. And standing up 20 minutes per day at least can prevent being bedridden. And letting older adults standing up and walk by themselves to maximize their muscle strength. So as Anne explained before, the Hopkins, the scale might be very helpful to use this pillar for the patients. So now you know the 4 pillars. And we go back the first video, and I show why it didn't go well. So they go into the room.
3人の看護師が近藤さんの口の中のケアを行う。
近藤さん、こんにちは。
So the Mr. Kondo's face is a little bit to the right, his right. But the nurse came to his left and talked to him. That means that he cannot see the face of this nurse, and the distance is quite long.
お口開きます？
Now the 3 nurses are trying to clean his mouth. So because of it, everybody is looking at his mouth. So if we develop a good relationship with Mr. Kondo, we have to take a look in his eyes, but nobody see his eyes.
お口の中見せてください。
And now the nurse is trying to touch him with actually the grasp his arm, because the thumb is behind his the shoulder. That means that it's not a nice touch. So let's go to the other side. Okay. So now the nurse is
点滴
going
の
to
チューブを
turn
抜いてしまったり、
his
ベ
body.
ッドから転落する患者がいるからだ。
Sorry. He screamed that the pain. Sorry.
お疲れ。
He screamed for the pain, and the nurse is touching the buttock, and you see some shadow here. There is a shadow of the hand. That means the palm doesn't touch the body. That means that she's trying to turn the patient only with the finger, and this is not the gentle touch at all. So that's the reason he's crying the pain, and this part this is very interesting part. So the 3 nurses trying to turn down the person with the 4 hands. This 4 hands are grasping his arm. So it's also not the gentle touch. So in the interview, she said that she doesn't know what to do, but now you can teach her that the reason she didn't go well. So this is what happens in usual care, and the proposal to use Humanitude. And we have some the clinical effects of Humanitude. So that this is some study results I'm going to show. So there is a question in the last session that how about ICU the issue, and we did some ICU study, so it might be helpful for the audience. And this is a study result of Humanitude education for ICU nurse. And the 30 nurses in ICU learned Humanitude, and 1 instructor, who is the chief of ICU nurse, did bedside training for the difficult case. So she received the consultation of the care each day. And the blue is the before the training, and orange is after training. And there is a significant reduction of the incidence of delirium and the ratio of physical restraints is almost half. So even in the super acute phase in the hospital, Humanitude can work for the patients. And the next study was educational intervention to dentists and the dental hygienists. Before the training, each participant selected 3 patients who had the difficulty to take care due to dementia. Then the participant had the Humanitude training and perform Humanitude to the 3 difficult patients regularly. 3 months later, they evaluated the oral health care of the dementia patients. So that means almost 60 dementia patients they evaluated. I remember, and there was significant improvement of the tongue and the natural teeth and the general oral hygiene. So it means that because of the developing the good relationship with between the patients and the oral care specialists, there is a good relationship, and they try to provide the Humanitude care, and the patient accepted. And in the same time, empathy to the patient was increased. And this is the study from from France. It's the data about the psychotropic drug prescription in patients with dementia at the nursing home in France. The disease severity and the care need level is almost the same in the national average in the nursing home, but there's a significant reduction of use of the antipsychotropic medication. That implies that the BPSD was not so active in the residents of this hospital, in nursing home. And the next study is about family caregiver. The Fukuoka City in Kyushu in Japan decided to implement Humanitude as the flagship policies of geriatric friendly city 5 years ago. And I have been working with them. This is a study for the 117 family caregivers to teach Humanitude. So these family caregivers enrolled the study and received the Humanitude training. It was once a month for three times. So that means three months training. The care burden of the family and the dementia-related symptoms of the patients were both decreased from the pre-training to the post-training. This is the burden of the family caregiver, and this is the BPSD of the patients. So there is such change of the clinical effect of Humanitude. So the next step is why Humanitude makes such a result. We didn't know. So the several universities, the researchers in Japan started the collaboration research project 6 years ago. So they are the informatics, the robotics, the psychology, and the medicine like me. And we developed the research team, and we did the computational approach. So we observed the care, and we analyzed the elements, and we made a skill transfer. In the same time, there was a neuroscientific approach, such as brain or facial muscle activities, and we brought the results to the clinical trials. And this is some of the studies we have developed. The first, for example, we developed the tactile glove, so we analyze the touch, and we record the video of the care about the talk and look. So we put together the 3 pillars in it's a Microsoft HoloLens for the simulation training. I'm going to explain that later. And also the video of the care was analyzed in the each element, the three communication pillars, and then multimodal evaluation is done. Also, this is the new equipment to touch the strength of the touch by the pressure monitor, and this is the robot which can produce the skill of Humanitude touch. Actually, when we did the pilot study, there is a two touch to the back, the one touch and the second touch. And when we asked which touch was better, the people cannot differentiate. But one is by human and one by the robot. So this is only the simple movement, but we can develop some part of the Humanitude touch by robots. And we also developed the behaviors analysis of a healthcare professional. And this is the training video for the doctors we made. Oh, sorry. These are my colleagues, the doctors in Tokyo Medical Center. This is how important to look. Talk and touch is done simultaneously. So we made this educational video and recruit the doctors and show this video every week. They're almost 30 minutes to 1 hour. Then I went to the patient with them, and we did the bedside training. And this is the video of the same doctor to take care of the same simulated patient. This is not a real patient. And we put 4 cameras. So these 2 are the fixed camera, and this left down is the camera of the physician, and the right lower is the camera of the simulated patient. So this is what patients see. So please see that before the training. She's doing the physical examination. And at the end, suddenly she appears in the visual field of the patient. It can be the very surprising, and it can be the switch of the BPSD. And after the training, it's 1 month later, the same patient, the simulated patient, same doctor, same physical examination, and these 2 are from the doctor's view, and this is the patient's view.
どうですか？お痛み特にないですかね。ちょっと痛いかな。
So the doctors are always in the visual field of the patient.
はい、ありがとうございます。
And this is the communication evaluation by the video. So each communication, touch and verbal communication and eye contact was significantly increased, of course, because they were trained well of Humanitude. But the most important thing is the ratio of the multimodal communication. That means at least 2 communication mode is used simultaneously. Before the training, it was only 15%, but after that, it became more than double. So it was the biggest change, the quantity of the multimodal communication. And also, we developed the online coaching system using iPad. So the first, we did the on-site training, and the second, we asked the family to take the video at home, and it was sent to us, and we gave back the feedback. This is the feedback video. So this is the instructor, and he is the teaching the depending based on the video. So please see.
今ですね、大きなテーブル
Because it's a big table, so why don't you use
にの真ん中に座ってらっしゃいますね。それと高田さん立つ場所が多分こことここしかありません。
So because the big table, there's only two places to stand up of the daughter here or there.
で、こことここに立っちゃうと、こういうふ
So
うに
it's
こ
very
う
difficult to
ぐる
have
ーっ
the
と見
eye
てあげない
contact.
といけないので、もしかして腰が痛くなっちゃったりとかもするんじゃないかなと思ったので、
So my
このカ
suggestion
ットを
is
うまく使うと
so to use
よく
this
見れることが
angle,
あります。
and if you
どうするかというと、ここの角のここにちょっと座ってもらうのちょっと試してもらうと面白いかもしれない。ここに座
so
ってもらって
if the mother
横から
sit here and you can stay here,
こう見ると
so it's much more easy to have the eye
ぐ
contact.
ーっと見ようとす
The video training, which was sent to the family and back to the instructor, so it was done well even in the COVID era. Also, another new device is the Humanitude simulation training system, and Monsieur Ginest will appear here. So please see. Right. So he was so happy with the developing the study.
To do my care, so I
And now, yeah, okay, sorry. So he wears the Microsoft HoloLens, and he's looking at the doll. The doll doesn't have any face, but in his Microsoft HoloLens, he sees this. So we can put the virtual on the reality. So this is which is called augmented reality simulation system, and there is the real-time feedback of the elements of communication, the look and the verbal communication, and please see what he does.
and suddenly I start to do my care.
So it's a real-time feedback. So if there is a good the communication, there is the yellow star, and if the person doesn't do the good relationship, the star disappeared. So there's no star here.
There, so I explain what I have to do, and she changed face, as you can see. So I have to go back to her many times. Hello, madame.
And when there is a good eye contact, the star appears and she smiles. So this is a very good training simulation training system. Actually, even Mr. Ginest likes it. He thinks that it can improve even the skill of the communication. And we use this for the nursing school the nursing school education. And there's two groups. One group did the conventional training using the mannequin, and the other group using the AR training. And there is a significant difference that the skill of eye contact or communication in the meaning of Humanitude was much better than AR group, than the conventional training group, and the empathy score was also the huge difference. And this is the review article about the training effect of Humanitude, and it was already introduced by the Singapore team. And the next part is the Humanitude in medical education. In Japan, the Humanitude is taught in several medical schools and nursing schools. Also, the emergency medical personnel in ambulance cars are trained in Fukuoka City. We teach every year the almost 20 the medical personnel in Fukuoka City, and they love to use Humanitude for the ambulance activity. And this is my last slide about the teaching effect of the Humanitude training of medical school. And I was so happy to hear the presentation in Singapore. It's the same. So when we teach Humanitude for medical students, the empathy score went well, went high. Then they forgot. So the empathy came down. So our next step is to maintain the teaching effect of Humanitude in many fields. So there's so many things we can do in the future, and I'm so happy to work in this field, especially the people in Incheon. I am so impressed about the rapid progress of developing Humanitude, as well as the Singapore. I was so touched by the teaching speed of the Humanitude in both countries. And I'd like to know and I'd like to learn what the best way to implement Humanitude both from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We were able to see that how advanced technologies were applied for Humanitude training. So we will take just one question due to the time constraints. Do you have any question? Yes, we have a person who raised a hand in the front. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I'm very much interested in Humanitude. And I'm also involved in the community of the family caregivers for dementia patients. So it's good for family members to practice Humanitude in their home when they take care of their dementia patients. But you see that family members can only apply Humanitude to their family members, but the healthcare professionals and occupational therapists and the nurses at the medical institutions, they're not dealing with one patient, they deal with so many patients. So for in the long run, in order to prevent them from suffering from the burnout, what can we do for them? So are you doing the study on the prevention of burnout? Burnout. Burned. Yes, professionals, the healthcare professionals.
The professional one, but we have some of the study results. The burnout is decreased because they're happy. As the Mushujinest said in the beginning, we are care sharer. We are not caregiver. We are care sharer. That means when we share the care, there is interaction between me and the patients. And when there is a reply from the patients in the positive way, it makes us so happy. So the burnout can decrease. And this, I think that some of the audience here today had the training already of Humanitude, and please share your experience in the later. It doesn't have to be now, but when the people start to work with Humanitude, there are significant gift from the patients, so that can reduce the burnout, and we do some of the data of it. I'm sorry, I didn't bring that data today.
네, 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for the response. Professor Kang-wook raised the question in the chat of the YouTube. We will provide a response via email to you due to the time constraint. So thank you very much, Dr. Wuyako Honda, for your wonderful presentation. I hope I can see you next time in person. Thank you very much.
This is the last and final presentation for the second session, and it's a time to listen to the presenter. You also met him in the last time. He is the trainer, our teacher. Mr. Joao Parateo Arauzo is the presenter for this time. He is a trainer of the Humanitude International and taking a lot of the Humanitude education and training programs across the world. The theme of his presentation is Humanitude that makes a difference between Asia and Europe. I'd like to welcome him with a big round of applause.
Yeah, okay. Hello, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here. Finally in person. I was last time remotely, but this time it makes a big difference to be here. So thank you very much. A lot has been said, and I think a lot can be said about Humanitude, but I think more than what can we say is what can we do. We know that sometimes when we provide care, we have the idea that there's not much we can do. I also had that idea. I must admit that the first time I came across with Humanitude, it was 2010. By then, I had already been in the field for a few years, working in geriatrics, working with people with dementia. That was always my passion. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to be a good caregiver, but many times I didn't know how to do it. I was facing all the same challenges and all the same dilemmas. People were not accepting my care. People were not coming along, and I wasn't really feeling fulfilled with what I was doing. So when I came across with Yves and Rosette, I was very fortunate. I must say I'm very lucky to meet amazing people, amazing professionals, and since I've met them, they've opened this door for me that I can make a difference. So today I'm in Korea, and I think I could not imagine being in Korea 10 or 12 years ago when I started off. All I wanted was to provide good care, and that was always what made me to pursue this. We value very much the techniques. Of course, they are very important. That's what makes us professionals. But before we talk about techniques, we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And sometimes it's hard to find the time to think about it. And these moments are excellent for that, for us to reflect upon what do we do, what we think we do, what we actually do, and what we want to do, and what can we do. Because these are many discussions that are not necessarily answered with one simple sentence. So we know for a fact that the worst thing that can happen to us is to be sick. We all want to be healthy, and we all want to be well and live forever. But there's a consequence to it. Disease comes along, dependency comes along. It's only not normal. So we can admit that the worst thing that can happen to any of us is to fall ill. And when we fall ill, it's when we need more help. It's when we search for help. It's when sometimes we can't find it. I don't know if you experience being ill or if you have a family member who has fallen ill, and you know how sometimes it's such a hostile environment when we are sick. And we see that something needs to be done about it. And it's not necessarily easy, but there are solutions that work, as we see. It's evidence-based. And we have a training that, although it's not a miracle, because it is limited to the resources we have, to the solutions we have, but we have very good results in many levels, in engagement, as you saw, in the communication skills that the staff has, in the cooperation of the people receiving care, in the participation during care, in their well-being, their quality of life. And sometimes, if we don't know what we're doing, even though we are very, very good and very, very kind, and we give our very best, things do not necessarily come our way. I brought a little video that we just recorded not too long ago. And every time we show a video, we have to be very appreciative of the staff, of the caregivers, of the family, of the people who allowed us to show these images, even when they're not the best we can be. This gentleman was referred to us because he was refusing care and sometimes becoming combative during care. This is normal care.
No one is going to help me come down. Is that okay? You want to go with me? That will be hard. Raise my feet here. What do we do? Are we going to the shower now? You know, today is your shower day. Your day. You know, we are locked in the shower room waiting for you. Can we go now? Can we go to the shower room now and meet your wife? So you want to change your clothes? Okay, I'll get you some new clothes, okay? So you want to sit down here for me? I want to help you, okay? Yeah. Tell me something. You want to sit down here? I know you're reaching back. You want to sit down here? You want to sit down here? Put your pants down and sit down here. Maybe I will have a shower. Just put your pants down and sit down here. So what do we do now? You don't want to sit down? How do you like your water for shower? You want it warm, lukewarm, or hot? Huh? I don't know what to say. You changed mine. What do you think? You didn't take it.
So I'm going to apply all Humanitude care that I know.
Victor? Good morning. Hi, Victor. It's John. Hi, Victor. Handshake. How are you doing? Oh, you look happy today. I like to see that. Would you like to sit up? Yeah, it makes sense. You're looking good today. Yep, we good. Yep, we good now. Yep. Here, I'll help you. How are the legs? Strong? Wow, stronger than mine. Stronger than mine. Here, hold on to me like this, and we'll sit up. Wow. How is that? Feels good? Feels good. Very good, man. You would like to blow your nose? Here, I'll get you some tissue. I'll get you a tissue. Here, come with me. I'll show you where it is, where they are. I know where they are. Look, I got your tissue. For the nose. Look, like that. Good. Would you like to change clothes? Sure. We'll change clothes here. Look, come here. We'll come and change some clothes. We'll put on these clothes, okay? We'll put on this. We'll remove this one. Excuse me. Slowly, like that. There you go. Thank you. Good man. Thank you. That's it. And here's the chest. How about the chest here? It's good, huh? Feels good? Feels right. All dry now? That's it. We'll put on this. And one hand on the sleeve. Yeah, that's it. And the other one as well. Good. Can I clean your face? Can I help you? Here. Thank you. And the eye? Wow. Thank you so much, Victor. Thank you. Yes. Feeling right now. Feeling right? Look at this, Victor. Looking good. Looking good, huh? We'll do it down here as well. Excuse me. I'll push down the pants, okay? Excuse me. I know it's awkward, but don't worry. I'm your friend. I'm washing in the front very gently. That's good. Yeah, you're doing really good. Does that feel good? Yeah, that's it. You can wash. Victor, I have to go now, okay? I enjoyed spending time with you. Thank you so much for letting me help you, okay? You should do that more often.
You should care for yourself, okay? You like you. Okay, when I come back, we'll go for a shower. Is that okay?
I said,
Right?
taking care of him. He takes care of you, right?
Goodbye.
I know you do. I know you do. No, it's a good thing.
Notice how I had to put little explanations underneath. Because if I show this video without anything, people do not see any difference. They don't understand. They cannot decode what has been done. And this is where the problem comes in. If we don't know what we do, how can we replicate it? So sometimes we have the idea that we already do a lot of what we are talking, because in our head we've all been taught that this is important. But how do I apply it on a daily basis? This is where the problem comes in. So to explain a little bit why is this so important and why this works, we like to tell a little story on how we come across with Humanitude. And it's difficult to explain the importance of Humanitude because humans are very complex. But when we talk about animals, it's a bit simpler to understand. We all know that when babies are born, they need to be looked after their mother. If this kitty is not cared for this mother, this kitty is going to struggle because he does not learn what it is to be a cat. He does not feel loved. He's not taught to belong in the species of the cats. He's not put in catitude. So we know that any animal who is abandoned, who is rejected, who is not cared for, will struggle and will die. Obviously, humans are much more complex than that. We are not licked when we are born. So what do we do to each other to place ourselves in Humanitude? We use the Humanitude pillars: the gaze, the speech, the touch, and the verticality. This is how we humans interact with each other. This is how we tell each other that we care. This is how we tell each other that we love each other. And we do this unconditionally in any part of the world to our babies. And then we follow this trend and we use this in another setting because we know that this is good for us. We feel good when we do this and we establish bonds with each other. We connect with each other through it. So when I'm looking for friends, I want for people that gaze at me, that talk to me, that touch me in a certain manner that makes me feel good. And we know that that's not always what happens. We have negative experiences as well. We know from the care from children that if you don't use the pillars on children, they're not going to develop. Most of them will die. And obviously this happens with all of us. If there's no one who cares for us, who wants to know about us, who talks to us, who interacts with us, we start to feel very lonely. This loneliness will lead into depression. Depression will lead into a low immune system. This problem will eventually might end up in a premature death. And what we see in healthcare is that the setting was not designed for this. The setting was designed to provide, to perform tasks. My job is to get people up, to get people washed, to get people dressed, to give medication. And we are not designed to do this with people that we do not know. Because obviously, when we interact with patients with dementia, we struggle very much to connect with. We don't understand these people because we don't speak the language. We don't understand what they mean, what they want, because they sometimes cannot express it in a very clear way. And we also struggle to communicate with because we did not learn how to communicate with people that do not understand us. Actually, we've been told since little kids that we should not look or interact with strangers. We should not look or interact with people that are a bit loony. If you see someone talking on the street by themselves, you were taught by your parents, don't look, go the other way, don't talk to them. So when we are put in a context that this is all we see, our education comes back and says, oh, I shouldn't. Or it feels wrong, it feels awkward. Many times when we start talking about this, the natural reaction is, oh, I don't feel comfortable in doing this. Of course not. We were not trained for this. We only do this naturally with babies, with friends, with lovers. Then Humanitude is very common. We're going to gaze and interact very positively with people that we don't know, with people that we cannot understand, with people that we struggle to communicate with. We are not going to use it naturally. We need to learn. And this is why we are here. So when we teach Humanitude, we start always with the pillars, obviously, because this is what it's fundamental to make sure that we establish a connection, we explain ourselves appropriately, what do we want. Because care has a good mission. It's to promote well-being. If it doesn't, it's not fulfilling its role. And that's why I didn't want to be a caregiver at the beginning. I was not being able to promote care. I was being rejected. I felt conflicted all the time. No wonder we have burnout. We are not enjoying our job, even though care is beautiful. So the problem is not in care. The problem is the way we perform it. So when we look at this, we start seeing a pattern. And I was not like this 10 or 12 years ago. This is what is important for us to understand. This is something that I had to learn. It's a professional development. And because we have concrete tools, concrete techniques, it enhances the quality, enhances the intentionality, enhances the consistency. And when we work professionally with a method, with an intention, with a goal, with an objective, and we know what tools we should use to achieve that goal, we're going to get results. That's why we see this data. It's consistent. We need to learn how to interact with people. We need to learn how to transfer people, how to touch people, because otherwise all our message is going to be wrong. We need to make sure that we are achieving healthcare outcomes. We need to work towards value-based care. To promote practices just because they have been like this for centuries it's not a good argument. I understand the setting might be constrained. I understand we might not have the autonomy needed to implement that change. I understand we might be limited by policies, by regulations, by laws, by budgets, by culture, by everything. Everything can be an obstacle if we want to find that argument. But if we don't do anything about it, we are going to get the same care that is happening at the moment. And sometimes, as a challenge, I ask people, would you like to live in a hospital, in a nursing home, or would you like to be dependent? And the majority of people says no. So why are we sustaining something that we don't want? Why do we keep on going towards nowhere? And we think that this is all very bad. But I can tell, do you recall your childhood? Was it a sad moment? Was it a bad moment of your life? For the majority of us, was a very very happy. We were happy. Why? Because we had no responsibility. We had no choice. We had no autonomy. We had nothing to worry about. We were fully dependent on others. So dependency is not a problem. It depends on who we depend. If we depend on good people, on our friends, on our lovers, we're going to be in very good hands. We're going to be very happy. If we depend on people that don't care for us, then we're going to struggle. So we need to change the setting into a more caring and loving place so that we belong there. And when we come into a setting, we know that care management is important. We need tools for that to make sure that we all align and we're all compliant. We need to make sure that we're working towards what we are here for. And we saw results. I'm not going to spend time on talking about it. What we do need to know is that once we get it, we should be recognized for it. Because many times good care is not promoted. If there's malpractice, that's going to show up on television right away. The news media will pick up on it right away. But when there's good care, when there's good practices, that's not mentioned anywhere. So I'm really happy to be here today to talk about the good things. Because what's happening today in Korea, in Incheon, is something none less than revolutionary. We're starting to talk about policies. We're starting to talk strategic plans. We're starting to talk about our future. And for many times, all we talk about is about what do I do now with this person that I have in front of us. But we do need this as well. We need this vision. We need this guidance, this light from above. So thank you very much for what you're doing here. I feel very happy to be here and very honored to be here in this movement. We get results because we are consistent, not because we do miracles, not because we are lucky. It's because we are professionals. So we need to learn how to be better professionals. And there's a few myths in our heads. Okay, so that's why I brought these myths to start answering and to challenge a little bit, because we're going to have a Q&A afterwards. And I'm being a bit speedy because I know the time and we have time to answer. I prefer to interact rather than to talk alone. And we all have the idea that we already do a lot of this. So I challenge you to go back and observe. and see how many times people knock on the door before entering the person's room, for example. See how many times a person with dementia on an advanced stage who is non-communicative, who is perhaps with contractors, who perhaps drools, who see how many times do we gaze in the eye of this person for at least 3 seconds. Just for this. 1, 2, 3. I dare you. You will be surprised with the results. And we have the idea that we already do because we don't work with our eyes closed. So when we say we're not gazing at people, of course everybody's going to be challenging us saying, oh, but I do, I gaze. Yeah, you gaze. Of course, you work with your eyes. But do you look in the person's eye for at least 3 seconds? Very rarely. And of course, we do that with easy people that are very caring and loving and communicative. This nice old lady who I meet every day and who's always ready for a hug, I'm going to do that. With a person who's not so kind, not so welcoming, not so communicative, I'm not. And we have the idea that it takes more time. And we've done so many studies because of time. Of course, anything I learn at the beginning is going to take more time. When I started providing care, I was slow. I was inefficient. I made mistakes. It's normal. But with time, I become better. So as you saw, even Anne brought that example. The nurses are saying that, no, it's exactly the same. I actually save time. But to save time, I need to invest time. Of course, we know that. But our interest is not to save time or to be faster or to be more productive. Our interest is to, if time is such a scarce resource in healthcare, it might be the most expensive resource in healthcare, we should use it wisely, very well. The right time for the right people, and it's their time. It's our time. Let's spend it together nicely. We know that we think that this is too expensive because it takes time, it takes staff. I need more resources. I need to train. There's all constraints. But that's why I talk about value-based care. Is this cost efficient? This tells a story. For example, an average person who comes with initial dementia, initial stage, and is not comfortable with the setting, is not comfortable with the caregivers, it's not comfortable with the dependency. I don't want to be a burden. I don't want to put you into that stress. So I don't want anything. Thank you very much. Leave me alone. I'll be happy if you leave me alone. So this person starts refusing care because we are designed to refuse help. If somebody comes and helps you on the street that you don't know, you're going to say, no, thank you, even though you need it. Because we don't trust strangers. We don't accept help from strangers very easily. Sometimes we don't even accept help from our friends and families because we are too proud to accept that we need help. So it's only normal that a person at the beginning, at the early stage of dementia, the person will fight, will try to hide, will try to refuse. It's normal. And when this person starts refusing care, we're going to start to have a problem because this person, if it's not detected, if it's not intervened at the right time, it will only get worse. And of course, when the things get worse, I need to do something about it. And then I cannot accept refusal anymore. And then perhaps I'll force, I'll push. I'll do it even though you don't like it, even though you don't want it. And when I do that, I start being confronted with a higher intensity of agitation, a higher intensity of refusal. Perhaps even the person becomes combative. And that's why Yves Gineste taught me a long time ago, they're not combative, they are defensive. If they don't understand who you are, what you want, and they don't accept that, they will always refuse. We are all designed to refuse care and help if we don't accept it. So, of course, this will increase, and the families will come back, and the care staff will come to you saying that this is a big problem. We're fighting this person all the time. We cannot handle this. This is too exhausting. We need medication. So we increase medication. We increase neuroleptics, anxiolytics, sedatives, antipsychotics, all of them, sometimes in a big cocktail, to try to contain a behavior that it's natural. And obviously, when this person is on such high drugs, the gait starts to get wobbly. The person becomes a bit more sluggish, more slow, and higher risk of fall until the day that it actually happens. And the person falls, breaks a hip, breaks a femur, goes to the hospital, and it's a big problem. Tough recovery, sometimes never recovers, but let's hope for the best. But of course, if the person is on a high risk of falls, what do? Many times we encourage people to sit down. Don't move. Stay there. I'll do everything for you. And if you move, I'll be very ready to stop you from doing it. And if I have to, I will perhaps find ways to lock you. put you against a wall, put you against a table, put you on a deep chair that you cannot get up by yourself. And with this, the person becomes even more dependent. Functional decline sets in because if I don't move, I lose it. It's muscle-based, it's body schema. If I don't use it, I lose it. And this person becomes so dependent that in the end, the cost of care becomes sometimes 10 times higher than it was originally. And this is a case study that we can do all over the world millions of times. This is a common story of a person with dementia. Of course, we don't want this. Nobody wants this. And that's why we are here. Nobody wants to work in this setting. It's very hard to find staff to work in settings like this because there's no hope. There's nothing good about it. I only see pain and suffering and dependency and agitation and care refusal. Of course I'm going to be tired. So what do we need to do? We need to change the setting. And that's why burnout is so important to us and empathy is so important to us. Because if we don't have any of this, where's hope for the staff as well? And when we are here, I really hope that you get out with a message that it's possible. I know that sometimes it is tough to believe in it because it's like talking about something we've never seen. It's like talking about heaven or talking about paradise or nirvana. What we are doing here is to tell you that it is possible. We have seen it. When I first met Yves Gineste 12 years ago, it was on a presentation like this. And after his presentation, I approached him and I said, okay, that's all very pretty. You speak very nicely. Nice videos, by the way. But I don't see it. That's not my job. I want to see it. And he says, you come to France and I'll show you. And I did. And when I saw it, I realized, okay, that's it. It works. Okay? So in the Q&A session, we're going to have people here who have been through it. Okay? And people that can share better than me because you're always going to think that I'm here to sell something. I'm not here to sell anything. I'm here to show you that it's possible to be a better caregiver, to change healthcare into a place that well-being is promoted, where people are happy for being cared for. All people can be happy for being dependent. Staff can be happy for providing care because care is a beautiful thing. So if it is beautiful, why can't we see it? If care is a good thing, how come we feel bad about it? So the problem is not care, the problem is how we perform it. And we are here to teach how to do it. We've been teaching, there's a plan, there's commitment. I can assure you that we're going to get results. And I really hope that Korea is going to be the flagship, that one day people will look at Korea and say, okay, this is how you change healthcare, this is how you provide good care to older adults. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very enthusiastic presentation. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. And the Mr. The Arauzo will be joining us for the panel discussion as well. So we will take questions a bit later for in the panel discussion session. So we will have a short break and resume the panel discussion session. And yes, we have a lot of questions in the chat of YouTube. So we will resume the session at 4:50 p.m. And we have a great panelist who will be discussing in the panel discussion session. So let's have a 10-minute break and resume at 4:50 p.m.
こんにちは。私はイブです。
こんにちは、東京医療センターの本田です。こちらのご家庭ではお父様の介護についてとてもお困りだと伺いました。まずはそのご様子を見てみましょ
う。認知症の介護で家族の多くが直面する暴言や暴力、徘徊などの行動心理症状。家族だからこそ優しくしたい。でもうまくいかず疲弊してしまうことも少なくありません。 このように介護が難しい時に利用できる知覚や感情、言語など包括的なコミュニケーションによるケア技術、それがユマニチュードです。では、どのようにすればいいのか、具体的に見ていきましょう。服を脱いでくれない。これもケアする方々が困る場面です。
お父さん、体洗うよ。
体を拭くために娘さんが準備をしています。
何するんだよ。
お父さん、だって服脱がなくちゃ。
この状況を認知症の人の立場で見てみると、
お父さん、体洗うよ。
事前の説明がないままの準備。実は認知症の人はまだ体を拭く準備だと理解できていません。突然誰かが部屋に入ってきて何かを始めたのだと思っているのです。そして
何するんだよ。
お父さん、だって服脱がなくちゃ。
これは認知症の人ご本人にとってはいきなり服を脱がされそうになって驚いている状況なのです。では、それを踏まえてユマニチュードでの対応を見てみましょう。
はーい。
あ、お父さん。よいしょ。ああ、よかった。お部屋あったかまってますね。よいしょ。お父さん。お部屋もあったかくなってるので、一緒にちょっと体きれいにしてさっぱりしましょう。気持ちいいですよ。うん。ちょっとバスタオル広げますよ。この辺でいいかしらね。温かいお湯もね、準備します。お父さん、準備ができました。じゃあ、これから体拭いてきれいにするので、お父さんこのズボンを脱げますか？
うん。
ありがとう。ここにそう紐がついているので、自分でこう外してみてください。
素直に服を脱いでくれています。ポイントはどこにあったのでしょう。大事なのは、まずこれから会いに行くことを伝えることです。ノックを3回、そして3秒間返事を待ちます。この工程を出会いの準備と言います。相手のプライベートな領域に入っていくことの了承を得るための技術です。
はーい。
あ、お父さん。よいしょ。ああ、よかった。お部屋あったかまってますね。よいしょ。お父さん。お部屋もあったかくなってるので、一緒にちょっと体きれいにしてさっぱりしましょう。気持ちいいですよ。うん。
前もって何をするかを伝え、同意を得ることも重要です。さらに次の場面を注意してみてください。
ちょっとバスタオル広げますよ。この辺でいいかしらね。温かいお湯もね、準備します。 よいしょ。これで体拭きましょう。
お気づきになったでしょうか。自分が何をしているのか説明しながら、常に視線を認知症の人に向けていたのです。もう一度見てみましょう。
あとバスタオル広げますよ。この辺でいいかしらね。温かいお湯もね、準備します。よいしょ。これで体拭きましょう。よいしょ。
これは自分が相手とずっと共にいることを伝えるための技術です。
お父さん、このズボンを脱げますか？
うん。
ありがとう。
そして始める直前にもう一度説明します。ここで注目していただきたいのは、左手がしっかり触れているところです。相手とのアイコンタクトや話しかける言葉とともに触れることは、ユマニチュードで用いる相手を大切にしているというメッセージを伝える基本の技術です。見る、話す、触れるをできる限り同時に行うことが重要です。
とても近い間柄にある家族だからこそ、相手のプライベートな領域に入るときに、その了承を得ることがとても大事です。これを出会いの準備と呼んでいます。介護の同意が得られないときには、無理やり行うのではなく、一度諦めて出直すことも重要な技術です。このビデオでは、体を拭く準備をしている間も、お父さんの方に目を向けたり、言葉をかけたりずっとしていましたね。あのように、あなたがここにいるということを私は認識しているんだというメッセージを送り続けるということがとても大事なのです。ユマニチュードは誰にでもできる実践的な技術です。はじめは家族なのによそよそしいとか恥ずかしいとか感じてしまうかもしれませんが、どうぞ思い切って演じてください。大切なのは相手を驚かせない技術です。
近づくとき、
お父さん、ただいま。
帰ってきたか。
元気にしてた？
元気元気。
目的を持って会いに行くとき、驚かせないように大きな動作でゆっくりと視界に入り近づいていきます。
帰ってきたか。
元気にしてた？
元気元気。
よかったよかった。
しかし、大きな動作で近づいても気づいてもらえない場合もあります。そんな時は、出会いの準備です。ゆっくりと3回ノック、3秒待つを繰り返し、反応を待ちながら近づきます。
お父さん、どう？
帰ってきたのか。
帰ってきました。
이 마이크 네. 그럼 다시 자리 정돈을 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please get ready for the panel discussions. We are going to have the panel discussions on the theme of the issues and solutions for community level dementia care, and the moderator will be the professor of College of Nursing of Ina University. We are also joined by the author and advisor of the National Dementia Committee, Cho Gi-hyun, as well as the Shin-Soo-ki from the second Intermetropolitan City, the Elderly Dementia Nursing Hospital, as well as the team leader of the dementia management team of the Intermetropolitan City, Cho Myung-hee. I'll be also joining together. So moderator, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. As introduced before, I am Professor of College of Nursing of Ina University, Lee Young-hee. For the panel discussions, we have the theme of issues and solutions for community-level dementia care altogether. In addition to all the participants in the venue as well as from online, the YouTube channels, please leave your questions or comments so that we can check your questions in real time and we can also deliver those questions to the panelists. First of all, we are also going to listen to the author and the Cho Gi-hyun, who will be also covering his ideas on the informal care and the Humanitude techniques. The floor is yours, Mr. Joe. Can I click on the next button for my presentations? Good afternoon. As introduced before, I am Cho Gi-hyun. Nice to meet you all today. My topic today is the informal care and Humanitude techniques for the family caregivers and those with dementia. Let me also focus on the spectrum that how we can expand the Humanitude values and techniques that I'd like to also share with you today. But on the other hand, if I only talk the ways only limiting to the caregivers or carer, but I do also feel that for the family caregivers associations and the members, and I feel that it would be also very helpful and useful for them to really understand their circumstances. So in this regard, let me also focus on my topic today. First of all, when it comes to care and in the perspective of carer, let me share with you my experience. And if you are having the family members with the dementia, you will be able to understand my story well enough in terms of the concerns or issues or any challenges. So let me also highlight some of the concerns and issues that we are facing. There is a term, the hidden patients, for describing the carers. And as I also encountered my dad with dementia in the very early morning on one day, he just told me to pack up, to leave for work. And there is a term, the pre-senile dementia in his 50s with cognitive impairment. That was the first time I have encountered my dad with dementia. In the beginning, I was not really sure how to really encounter and solve those challenges because I was not really able to know any information regarding the pre-senile dementia at the beginning stage. And after that, as I have encountered a lot of the carers who are struggling, striking the balance between work and the care for their family dementia patients, they have also talked to me that they are really facing some limited time to really give the better care for their family members with dementia as a major key issues encountered and experienced by them. Back in 2018, as noted by one of the Seoul Daily News in Korea, when it comes to survey questionnaire on the status and the outcomes of the family carers, still they have faced their limitations to really provide the long hours care care for their family members. And second, they have also encountered a lot of very expensive the cost to pay the medications and the medical services for their family members as a second key priority. And next, the symptoms and aggravating symptoms of the family members with dementia. They were not really sure how to really combat those symptoms faced by them, how to really combat the symptoms on their family members. That can also lead to a lot of stress level as well. And next, to relieve the stress and the burden of their workload can be also included. And they have also encountered very frustrations whether their family members were not really able to understand their workload and their burden. When it comes to the recipients and the carers, and still these are the ways that we have to really focus on to prevent such a violent behaviors later. And social isolation should be also considered because the social distances among the family members between carers and dementia patients will be aggravated. And in doing so, they cannot really find out the appropriate person or family members who can also give the continuous care to their family members with dementia. And going forward, if you look at some of the books that were dealing with the topics of the mothers by caregivers, which is one of the very extreme violent case. So this is the so far to really give the status. And let me also share with you more effects of the Humanitude care. And there is also the one of the case in Japan, the weight of family.
Usually, the one family member tries to bear all the burden of care alone, and it's very difficult for one single person to take care of all the caring burdens. So, in this sense, I believe that humanitude can democratize, and evenly distribute the caring burdens amongst the different family members, and can provide the solutions for this. So for the recipients of care, the care is being provided by the family members. It's not that I'm the one who provides all the care for this dementia patients. So in the presentations earlier, the burnout and the stress of the caregiver were mentioned. So we can also address this issue when we share the burden amongst the many different people. So, as a one way to address this issue, all the members of family or all the members of the community need to get trained how they can provide humanitude-based care. Then we might prevent these cases where the one single family member provides all the care for the dementia patient in the family. So it's not just an issue of families. Now that we're entering into the super aged society, and it's not only a macroscopic problem of the population, and we have to ask what kind of challenges we will face in the super aged society. Many people will become aged, and as a result, we will have an increasing number of dementia patients. That's why humanitude training is even more important at this stage. And humanitude education needs to be provided to all the citizens of all genders and generations. so that the citizens can become the caring citizens who can provide caring for the other members of the community. So if we provide Humanitude training for all the citizens, then we can raise the awareness of caring and we can provide better care for the dementia patient within our family, and which can also result in the decrease in stress. So what I would like to highlight is that Humanitude training should also be provided to the spouse and the relatives and other family members, and not just on the main caregiver within that family, so that we can evenly share the care burden amongst the many different family members. So when the Humanitude training is provided to all the members of community, then we can also increase the awareness among the many different members of the society, which includes the local volunteers and the family of the person with dementia and the head of the community and the visiting nurses and caregivers and neighbors. And before I close, I would like to highlight the fact that it's also important that we have to respect the rights of caregivers. We have a discussion on humanitude-based care to build a caring society for both the caregivers as well as the dementia patients. So that's why the rights of caregivers should also be considered in this discussion. So that's it for my discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your insightful discussion. Based on what you said, I can think that here the focus is on how we can provide care for the dementia patients. But it looks like in your discussion the rights of caregivers and the family caregivers also needs to be highlighted. Relationship is the basis for the Humanitude. So in Humanitude, it's not just the patients who are suffering from dementia, the family members and the family caregivers and nurses and caregivers at the nursing institutions, they should all be engaged in this relationship, and we have to find a common ground where everyone can be happier with the care that we can provide for the dementia patients. Also, the Humanitude training should also be provided for all the family members and the members of our society as well, to reduce the stress and the burden of the caring that was also mentioned in your discussion. So it's good to have this system in place in Incheon. And I believe all these discussions relates to aging in place for dementia patient, which is proclaimed and promoted by WHO. Thank you very much. Next discussion is actually the trainee for Humanitude. We have head of the nursing department at the second municipal at the second Incheon Municipal Elderly Dementia Nursing Hospital. The Miss Shin-suk-ki will be sharing how she felt while getting the training on Humanitude. So Miss Shin, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Shin-suk-ki, working at the Incheon, the second Municipal Elderly Dementia Nursing Hospital. I was quite impressed by what Mr. Cho said. And I would like to share my discussion based on my experience of providing care at the second Incheon Municipal Elderly Dementia Nursing Hospital. So, in recent years, in many countries, there is a growing awareness of a human-centered care, which is a care that provides individualized services to patients, respects their abilities and values, and helps them maintain independence, autonomy, and self-esteem. Interest and also the interest in human rights and human-centered care of dementia patients is increasing, and the medical institutions are feeling the importance and the necessity of it. But however, as a healthcare professional taking care of dementia patients, we often feel the limitations. And back in 2019, I first encountered the Humanitude training. After receiving level 1 training, I was so amazed by the results that we can see on the ground. And we applied the four basic pillars, which is see, touch, talk, and standing for the patient, and we observed the tremendous changes. So every time there was a one dementia patient who used to scream fearfully and hatefully every time we tried to gave this patient a bath, and this patient took a bath quite cooperatively, and we felt a great sense of accomplishment. And this patient even sang a song while taking a walk and told me funny stories from the old memories and remembered the promise to meet the following day and welcome me on the following day warmly. But despite these impressive achievements, we still felt that we need improve more and we to provide even better services. And there are many challenges due to the lack of knowledge and experiences. And because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the training has been suspended a bit. And back in last August, the advanced course resumed. And the advanced course is 10-week course. And we're currently getting the training, and we're actually practicing after completing the 4 weeks of training. And after getting the level 1 training, we were confident that we're actually making eye contact with the patients, but we were able to see that we're not actually doing that correctly. The eye contact seems quite easy, but when we do not perform humanitude techniques properly, that the message and the eye contact is not shared and communicated to the patient. There are still a long way to go, but through the international seminar today, that I would like to share the experiences that I have felt when dealing with the patient. The caregivers, I'm not sure whether they are happy with their life. Yes, it's true that the patient-centered services are quite important, but many caregivers are suffering from the burnout. But the philosophy of humanitude is that values the relationship. So I think the relationship, not just with the patients, but also with the colleagues, are quite important as well. First, while applying the techniques we have learned to patients, the nurses try to apply them as much as possible, while caregivers who take of patients do not easily accept unfamiliar method. So it's difficult to change them because continuity of service is not maintained. And these caregivers are the people who are hired through vendors, not full-time employees of medical institutions. So they have difficulty, and we also have a difficulty controlling them like employees in hospitals. In addition, the care is not a one-to-one service, and care is provided by for multiple patients. So that's why we do have a limitation in providing services according to their individual preferences and needs. So, and the problems of patients with dementia are not all the same, and the approach needs to be individualized. But there are many difficulties in practicing individualized care on the site. And despite the need to help patients maintain their remaining bodily function for as long as possible, caregivers feed them meals and urge them to use diapers because they do not have time for basic activities. And there are too many patients for the staff to handle. And the supply of caregiver is also difficult as well. So we need the system that can address this issue. Humanitude is not a technique that can be applied. It should be provided by the multiple healthcare professionals, caregivers, and nurses. But in reality, the support department and administrative departments, other than the healthcare professionals, they do not have a clear idea what care is about, and they do not feel a sense of responsibilities. So I believe that more efforts need to be provided for providing more training sessions and monitoring. Third, in the case of a nursing hospital where many patients with dementia are hospitalized, there are many difficulties in manpower composition. There are not enough staff relative to the number of patients. There are some patients who have many different needs, such as those who constantly ask questions, and some patients are asking the questions endlessly, and some patients even break various facilities and the devices at the nursing hospitals. So that's why it's important to consider all these various aspects, and we need to change the criteria for manpower composition at the nursing hospitals and change the ratio of patients with dementia to the healthcare professional. Fourth, as in the case with the most nursing hospital, there are many cases where the patient with the BPSD are left in the wards due, together with the other patients due to the lack of a separate resting area. And this will cause anxiety to other patients, and many other patients in the same room may show symptoms of anxiety and nervousness at the same time. Humanitude is not a miracle, and it's a technique that needs to be learned and implemented. As the social interest rises and the needs rises, that we must widely accept it, embrace it, and implement it, and customize it. Then we can have greater results than expected. However, in some extreme cases, patients often wish for changes immediately the moment they enter the hospital. Of course, that we fully understand the wishes of the family members. However, for the patient's point of view, that the patient is suddenly placed in a place where there were nobody that he knows how anxious and frightened are they. They need time to adapt. Sometimes you may need the help of your family until you build a good relationship with caregivers. We expect the patients will gradually get better as they slowly get used to the hospital environment and build a good relationship with the staff. And consistency is key in this. We learned this good care techniques and strive to create a better caring culture where the patients and the staff are happy. While taking the Humanitude training, I think that the machine have learned a lot. And you remember the KBS document. In the KBS documentary, the machine cried in the documentary. And she appeared in part 2 of the KBS documentary and confessed that I have been a really bad nurse. And if you look at the context and the background behind this comment, and Machine did not know why the dementia patient acted a certain way and showed the BPSD, but with the Humanitude training that Machine was able to learn and understand the behaviors of the dementia patient. And thank you very much for sharing your experiences. Also, in order for Humanitude to be applied successfully, what what kind of challenges we have in front were also shared in your discussion. I'm sure that we can create a better caring culture where patients and the caregivers are happy as well. Thank you very much for your discussion.
Next, we are going to invite the final panelist, the team leader of Dementia Management Team, of Incheon Metropolitan City, Jo Myung-hee, and Miss Jo will be also sharing about the solutions that we are going to apply as the missions and assignments to improve Humanitude care. So from now on, let us first invite Ms. Jo for sharing comments. As introduced before, I am the team leader of Dementia Management Team of Incheon Metropolitan City, Jo Myung-hee. I see that the most participants are really familiar with me. Yes, do you know me as well, right? Yes. As we are joining together at the third international seminar on Humanitude care, as we are also having in-person event, it's also my great honor and privilege to participate in this meaningful event and seminar. And today, I have a concern a lot in order to apply and implications and the meaningful outcomes in order to improve the Humanitude care upon the collaborations. As I have listened to the comments delivered by the author Cho Gi-hyun as well as the manager Shin Soo-ki on the topics of the measures and the issues and concerns that the dementia patients and the family caregivers have to face, it's also high time that we also have to put our wisdoms together to really find out our solutions. And this requires more effort to be delivered by Incheon Metropolitan City. From now on, let me also share with you about the status and the future plans that we are going to apply in the future. As I mentioned before, upon the previous administration by the former President Moon Jae-in back in 2017, the LDC Local Dementia Center were established in order to establish dementia care service and infrastructures. So infrastructures were successfully completed. But with the LDC, in terms of the suppliers, dementia care service were only held and conducted as one of the concerns and issues which have been also pinpointed by the experts. In this regard, the Incheon Metropolitan City was able to know the concept of Humanitude from the experts, and back in 2019 with the Professor Ibn Nast. And while we also held a seminar together in the past, so that we were able to know the concept of Humanitude in order to providing and improving dementia care from that time. That was actually starting point that we tried to focus on and develop our roles of the Humanitude on behalf of Incheon Metropolitan City. As previously discussed, presented by speakers, and we are so focused on the more supplier perspective services. But now it's also high time that we have to form the healthy and the happy life in which the recipients and the providers can also feel and mutually benefited at the same time. That was also one of our key priorities. But still, we are ongoing progress in order to make more specify the measures and the ways to improve those community-based dementia care. And the Humanitude is one of the solutions that we can pursue in the long-term perspective. In this regard, we have seen that the elderly citizens will really have some limitations in using the long-term care facilities or nursing hospitals, especially due to COVID-19 pandemic, and across a lot of the issues and challenges faced by families or family caregivers and the workers, leading to the abuse on the dementia patients along with the BPSD. And we also recognize that these were one of the major concerns of the community level based concerns in terms of the Humanitude care, so that we are really able to conduct some of the seminar to really touch upon, to really find out the solutions, how to really come up with those solutions to really tackle the abuse on the family members and the dementia patients. Indeed, when it comes to the cases of abuse on the dementia patients, the most venue can also occur within the houses, their homes. That was also one of the focus of the research. But in the perspective of the dementia patients, like when it comes to BPSD patients, the Humanitude techniques we also promoted as a key training programs of Humanitude. But still, we also need to find out the more efforts how to reduce such a BPSD in terms of the numbers and cases. And you can see that conscious or unconscious abuse could be occurred on the dementia patients. In preventing those abuse cases as early as possible, that's also our focus on to promote more training programs of Humanitude. That's how we started the LDC training programs to provide Humanitude training programs as much as possible amid the COVID-19 pandemic. And in celebrating the day of the dementia, like in the day of overcoming dementia was also held in the districts, and the two types of the online webinars and in-person seminars were conducted. In these circumstances, and as soon as we get the inquiries or the feedbacks from the related organizations, yes, we try to promote those collaborations and cooperations as much as possible. And I have also touched upon the supplier perspective, but in the perspective of demanders, on family members, the various symptoms of BPSD or the ADL on dementia patients, the burdens or workloads, and the allocation of the roles and responsibilities among family members when it comes to giving the care for their dementia family members. And these are well interconnected at the same time. In order to solve these challenges and issues, we have also conducted consultations or services on the caregivers or carers on especially mild symptoms of dementia patients. Or we can also find out the ways how to improve the systems or the service quality of the long-term care as well as nursing care workers. So there are a lot of the various programs, consultations, and dialogues or training, self-help organizations or the groups could be also well utilized to improve the policies and mechanisms in filling the needs of the demanders. Of course, by recognizing the basic needs from the demanders in treating and giving the dementia cares, and we have also tried our efforts to establish a lot of the systems along with the solutions. And we set this year, the 2022, as one of the turning point to improve and strengthen our Humanitude care, as we are so joined by a lot of experts here from home and abroad. And we are still training about the 15 experts as a trainees of the Humanitude care. And once they complete their training programs, and we are willing to allocate more budget or finances to provide the city level elderly dementia nursing homes and hospitals and LDC from next year. And we assume that there will be about the 35 institutions that we are going to collaborate together, and about 100 care workers will be trained from the next year as the major group of the Humanitude care trainees, so that they can involve in the basic course of the Humanitude care and training program. Of course, it requires a lot of the time for the further transformations and circumstances of the care within homes first. But to do so, the LDC is to put more efforts to provide Humanitude care techniques along with consultations and the more gatherings and the meetings with other related stakeholders and organizations. Not only that, Metropolitan City Dementia Center will be operating their PR, the promotions gallery, of the Humanitude care. And then, if we have more facilitating the roles and responsibilities of the promotions gallery of Humanitude, then as we also more promote the four major pillars of Humanitude care, then we can really also expand our spectrums into promoting more campaigns, operations on the PR, public relations, as well as a lot of the projects in improving the awareness on the Humanitude, as well as hosting international seminars at the same time from the next year. In going forward, as we are living in the with COVID-19 era, endemic era, and we absolutely forecast to see and live in another level of the society and the world. In this regard, in tackling the crisis and the risk which are also faced by a lot of the family members of the dementia patients, it's a high time that we also need to improve those dementia care policies in a more efficient and effective manner. As touched upon by the vice president of our center, and the policies and the directions of the central government are to be more focused on and providing the policies to improve the dementia care. In this regard, we'll be focused on the Humanitude as the number one priorities, not only just considering the supplier perspective, but also the perspectives of the demanders, which are the family members of the dementia patients, so that they can really enrich the right to pursue happiness. So this is our final goal and projection. Thank you so much for your attention. Team leader Jo Myung-hee will touch upon the current status and the future plans that are to be taken by Incheon Metropolitan City to improve Humanitude care from the LEC and the city level and the Metropolitan City Dementia Center. Those training programs are to be conducted, especially on the family members in the beginning stage, as she touched upon previously. For Humanitude care, the heart and the brain are the ones that we are focusing on to improve the community-based or community-level dementia care in a very more successful manner. Thank you very much for your sharing comments. And so far, we have listened to the comments from the three panelists. It's a time to get any questions from the floor. Considering the time, actually, we're supposed to finish by Q&A session by 30 past 5, so it's already time. But still, as we see some questions uploaded on the online platform, one of the questions is that on the family members, do you any plan, like certain plan to conduct the Humanitude care on family members? Probably the Ms. Jo already given the answer. And she also touched upon the opportunities with a lot of coordinations with other regional governments. The next question is that it's very difficult if we don't really have enough the medical, the prices and the allocations. In the past, when we also invited Professor Evgenas before from other countries, they don't really have the certain system to really allocate the medical prices or the cost when it comes to the category of the Humanitude care or dementia category. But especially the special programs that we are applying, as far as I know, there may be the rooms that we can apply that some of the medical costs could be also covered throughout the insurance as the part of the future pathway.
We will just take one question from the floor. Thank you very much for the discussions. Humanitude is a great caring technique that I can learn by reading a book and attending the seminar like this. I'm running the nursing home, and nurses and caregivers, and so nurses can get trained, but it's difficult to provide the training for caregivers. And at nursing homes, so social workers and nurses, when they get trained, they can also transfer what they have learned to the caregivers who are working on the site. And how long does it take from the training to the actual practice of implementing Humanitude to the end patient? How long does it take? So the Yoon Se-hee, the Secretary General, will respond. So we signed the contract with the private sector. So that's how the Humanitude training is provided for 3 years. That we provide the main training and the supplementary training. And the target trainees are specified in the agreement, and it's targeting only the public institutions. And the contents of the training is registered as the intellectual property in Korea as well. So it's difficult to transfer what they have learned in the training with the others. But we do have the book available. So from the book, that caregivers can learn the 4 major techniques. And at the Metropolitan, the Dementia Center, they also provide a cartoon of how you can apply Humanitude core techniques. So the basic level training can be covered with the books, and we can only share the contents that is not violating the intellectual property rights of the Eve genist. And the translated the videos can also be shared on YouTube. Yes, it's unfortunate that we have to divide the private sector from the public sector, but that's the circumstances that we face at the moment under the agreement. But in the future, if the central government as well as the intermetropolitan city pay more attention to this issue, I'm sure there will be more opportunities provided to many people in the future. So that I believe is the future challenge and future task. Yes, we would like to share everything that we can share, and that is the spirit of Korean, that we want to do it everything very fast, but we do have the procedures to follow. So I hope you understand the circumstances, but I'm sure that that day will come sooner or later. So it's a time for us to close the seminar. Thank you very much, everyone, for spending this afternoon with us for this international seminar, and I look forward to your continued interest in Humanitude and all the great ideas and insights that have come out from the presentations and the discussions. I'm sure these will contribute further to the development of caring methods and the Humanitude-based caring for dementia patients. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the luck and health in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for treating our patients the Humanitude way, speaking to them so tenderly and offering a loving gaze and letting a gentle touch soothe their heels as we keep their backs up high, as we keep their heads up high, ever spirited and dignified. Let us serve with pride and joy and go the extra mile. It only takes a while, and it's always worthwhile. The precious lives we touch, we in turn are touched. We are both here, giver and receiver in this reciprocal dance, in this dance of humanity. Thank you for treating our patients the Humanitude way, speaking to them so tenderly and offering a loving gaze and letting a gentle touch soothe their heels as we keep their backs up high, as we keep their heads up high, ever spirited and dignified. Let us serve with pride and joy and go the extra mile. It only takes a while and it's always worthwhile. The precious lives we touch, we in turn are touched. We are both here, giver and receiver, in this reciprocal dance, in this dance of humanity. Thank you for treating our patients the Humanitude way, speaking to them so tenderly and offering a loving gaze and letting a gentle touch soothe their heels as we keep their backs up high, as we keep their heads up high, ever spirited and dignified. Let us serve with pride and joy. Thank you for treating our patients the Humanitude way, speaking to them so tenderly and offering a loving gaze and letting a gentle touch soothe their heels as we keep their backs up high, as we keep their heads up high, ever spirited and dignified.
に